crossroads, standing here, not a star in the sky to guide me tonight. Ever lost in fear, deep in darkness round my cries. All this pain inside of me, don't know where it starts or when it'll end. Try to tame the agony as I close my eyes and scream to the wind. Look around and find me standing all alone. Look again, we're standing there. 'Cause the storm is taking everything I know. You're lost, you need a man. Don't know why I thought I'd make it by myself. After all that we've been through, out of time I'm running blank. Can somebody help? Been so much in life I couldn't understand. We're by your side, standing tall, we'll face tomorrow hand in hand. What is yours and yours and mine. We've been made through the warp and we're through this. Our tapestry, never losing sight of everywhere they led. In life is waiting up our astral plane. And winds are rain, just us on ring again. Orange and forest, all beyond the place we carries on. We will carry on. So smile and let the rainbow sing. Alive with everything it brings. We walk a never-ending trail. We'll love, though we shall never perish. Inheritance. I turn watches on the agony. A light that guides the way to the key. A sign that flame that burns me. We won't forget to see us forward and go come to them. Seize the day and hold on tight. The sun is rising. Life, take it slow and take a bite. So high on the down we set our sights to these horizons. Fly over words, starry-eyed. Oh, yeah. Hold tight, this thing we call a home. Call a dream. We fight to never let it go. Still believe the fire we have not seen the last. Reaching light, we'll rise again once it has passed. March is right, and everything you're on your side. Carry you. What's better than taking us down? So we can see the at the crossroads, standing here, not a star in the sky to guide me tonight. Ever lost in fear, deep in darkness round my cries. All this pain inside of me, don't know where it starts or when it'll end. Try to tame the agony as I close my eyes and scream to the wind. Look around and find me standing all alone. Look again, we're standing
Howdy, 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 and meowdy. Happy Wednesday, Catfish. I hope you're all having a fantastic start to your Wednesday. Morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time zone it may be. I'm having a pretty good start to mine. Nice and relaxing. A bit cooler out today, but it has been raining a lot the past few days, so I'm not gonna complain. Better than the heat at any rate, because we've had a lot of heat lately. Off stream, I noticed a few issues with this outfit. Namely that I was using the old glasses. Which, that was a quick fix, just had to swap new ones in, easy peasy. And then I also remembered I forgot this little hair accessory that I started using. And I decided to swap up the earrings, because I really do like these little dangly umbrella cap earrings. They look so nice. But yes, a few little tweaks, a few little changes, and it looks much better. Much better. Anywho, on today's schedule, we are continuing more of the post-story in Final Fantasy XIV. We did patch 7.1 on Monday, and boy was that good. That was fun, and unexpected. So I can't wait to start today and see what kind of nonsense happens. But it should be interesting. I don't got much to yap about today, so I suppose we can just get on into the gaming while we yap. And just setting the game, or no, setting OBS back to streaming 30 FPS fixed things. So until we can get a much better graphics card and more RAM, we're just gonna keep streaming at 30 FPS. Because this still looks good, it runs good, that's all that matters. Eventually, when it's not so expensive, we will have the hardware we need to stream at 60 FPS. But for now, 30 still works, it's still good. And with the game running a lot smoother now with the new card, it should look better even at 30 FPS. Pannifer, your timing could not have been better. If you have a moment, we have some things we'd like to share. Excellent. We'll just wait for Lama T. She should arrive shortly. Pannifer, glad to see you here too. And speak of the devil, let's catch each other up, shall we? Right. I'll go first if nobody minds. I've been back in Tuliolal and spoke with Kona. I told him all about the records left behind by Gululjad's mother, as well as Fiend's reappearance. We decided that I should remain in the dome until things settled down more. But while I'm Gululjad's guardian, I'm also a foreign ruler. I'll have to take care not to appear as though I'm meddling in Alexandrian politics. That's all from me. As for the rest of us, we've been keeping track of this new Sphene. She has been making regular appearances before the people. And each time she does, she encourages them to become endless. Alas, much else about her remains a mystery, including why she's chosen to reveal herself now. On our end, we've confirmed that only those wearing regulators have had their knowledge of Queen Sphene's death altered. Someone must have tampered with the devices to remove any and all memories of the event. Though we haven't yet identified the perpetrator, given the recent events, Sphene is the chief subject. Or suspect. Many believe that the Queen of Reason is alive and well, and remember her funeral as a memorial for those lost in the attack. Needless to say, this has proven confusing for those with more accurate recollections. We'll carry on with our investigation. I'll head to Earth and Sky now and coordinate with our people there. There's one other matter. The highlight of this gathering, you might say. We'd like you to meet a certain someone. By all means, where's this person now? In the break room, she is unwell and Y'shtola and Alice have been tending to her. They'll be able to explain things. I want to see how she's doing, so I'll come too. The break room is at the end of the hallway through that door. We can go whenever you're ready. Well, I'm ready and willing now. So let's see, how many quests do we have today? We did 7 on Monday. This patch has 8, and the next patch has 10. I think on Monday we will do 7.3 and 7.4, because 7.3 is 10 quests and 7.4 is... Oh no, that one's 9 quests. Okay, those will still be split up too, because depending on how long things do take. Because I know today we should have a dungeon and a trial. Which reminds me, push the button. Also, I did go and update my follower emotes, so they should look much more updated now. So let's see. I'd been meaning to do that for a while, because the old ones were just a much older version of the model. I was like, I should update this. And so I did. Once I finished updating the classes and everything, I took some new pictures. And soon I will have the actual emotes I commissioned once those are finished. And then we will have 5 new emotes. And I fully plan for those 5 emotes to all be tier 1 sub emotes. Because I have nothing that I really want to make a tier 3 or tier 2 emote. Huh?
she doing here?
What do you mean? Is that the real Sphene? Huh?
We just heard she was busy spreading talk of becoming endless among the Alexandrians. What's going on here?
I'm confused too.
She is not who you think she is. Not the Queen of Reason, who has made a miraculous return, but an individual of flesh and blood, possessed of a soul. We chanced upon her in living memory, but she collapsed before we could exchange words. We decided to bring her here for now.
Her body was suffused with lightning ether, which caused a debilitating paralysis. Ishtola reached out and informed me of her condition, and I came with epoxy as fast as I could. We're now waiting to see if the treatment was effective.
Judging by her appearance, the circumstances of our encounter, and her extreme ethereal aspect, I am all but certain that she is the one from whom the Endless Sphene was created. The original Queen Sphene of Alexandria.
What? But how can that be possible? The real Sphene died of illness 4 centuries ago.
I died. Whatever do you mean? I am not dead. I'm not. What is this place? Where is everyone? Otis and Zelenia? And who are you people? Calm down. We mean you no harm. You've been unwell, and it wouldn't do to strain yourself. Please, help me. I don't understand any of this.
Of course. But if I might confirm some things first. You are Queen Sphene of Alexandria, are you not?
Yes. Yes, I am.
And ere you awoke here, you were in another unfamiliar place. Is that correct?
I opened my eyes and saw a strange, dark room. Outside, there were towering buildings, clad in electrope.
You slumbered at the heart of that city for many years, within a facility called the Meso Terminal. Many things have come to pass during that time, some of which you may find upsetting. Are you sure you wish to learn of them?
In that dark room, there was an electrope casket designed to preserve its occupant in cold stasis. Until the terminal and its systems were recently shut down, that was where you were kept in all likelihood. Since the time of the Old Kingdom, for 4 centuries.
What? Do you speak true? I've been asleep for that long. 400 years.
Our records say that Queen Sphene succumbed to the rampant lightning energies unleashed during the storm surge. But it seems the truth is rather different.
Well, that was a plot twist I wasn't expecting. I do not believe that you are lying, so please tell me everything that has happened. Everything. Very well. But let us do so with care, lest we cause you undue strain. Now, while I should like more of us to assist, it isn't practical to gather everyone, so I will summon Grahatia and Kryl for now.
I know this has all been a lot to take in, but how are you feeling? Physically, I mean.
Much better now, thanks to Y'shtola and Alisei's ministrations. In fact, I can scarcely remember the last time I felt so hale. I know not how to repay them, not only for coming to my aid, but for telling me about my kingdom besides.
I don't think they're ones to keep score. Isn't that right?
Y'shtola is the motherly sort. She is, yes. She will also threaten to take you over her knee for being a brat.
She's known those two for a long time. You can trust in her judgment. Besides, you helped to prove that their treatment works here as well. With this success, they'll be able to help others in Alexandria who suffer from the same illness. Few things could make them happier.
I see. Full glad am I to know that we may cure the affliction after so long. So very long. I steeled myself, having been warned, but it's difficult to come to terms with everything.
Sphene? Maybe going out and seeing it would help. Alexandria as it is now.
Great idea! There's no substitute for seeing things with your own eyes.
True.
That said, there is a chance that you'll run into the other Sphene. Still want to take a look, even so?
It would be a lie to say I do not feel anxious, but I wish to walk among the people, to hear their voices and learn about their realm.
We can go together.
Truly, I would be honored.
Then allow us to show you the sights.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, Wuklamot.
Seekers of Eternity, let's go! I was not expecting to meet the real Sphene, especially while a fake one is wandering around, but hell yeah. Thank you as well, Pennifer, for your kindness. The Endless Sphene. You knew her, did you not? It may take time for both of us to come to terms with this situation, myself especially, but I recognize that I must. I may still be here, but the world I knew is gone. Before heading out, I should put on more suitable attire. There's a modern outfit among the items Shale has prepared for me, I believe. If she would wait outside, I should only need a moment. Alright, take your time. Honestly, that first quest went pretty quick. If the quests here go fairly quickly, we might do 7.3 today. Depending on how fast it takes to finish 7.2. Because honestly, I do want to see how the rest of this story is going to play out. And what the trial is going to be like. What kind of boss we're going to fight this patch. We can't possibly be fighting the fake Sphene again. Can we?
Apologies for keeping you waiting. I've never worn such clothing before.
Oh my god, that's an adorable outfit. I need those shorts.
Oh,
I need those shorts and leggings so bad. And those shoes.
I'm glad to hear that.
Those shorts are so cute.
A moment before you head out. Circumstances being what they are, we thought it best to come up with a way to distinguish you from the other Sphenes, and we should probably settle on this now rather than later.
I suppose it could get pretty confusing.
First, we propose calling you simply Sphene. As for the former Queen of Reason, Endless Sphene should suffice.
what about the new one who's been addressing the citizens?
Despite being the spitting image of Endless Sphene, we know she's a different entity. So we were thinking of calling her a simulant, after imitation stones.
I see. Well, they're definitely not the same. And that's as good a way as any to draw a distinction. But what do you think, Sphene? Is that all right with you?
Rest assured, I have no objections. When I am in the city, however, I intend to keep both my face and name secret. For the people of today's Alexandria know only the Endless Sphene.
We're sorry to subject you to such ignominy.
No, I myself would rather not invite complications, so it is quite all right. Thank you for your concern, Shale. Let us be off then. I am in your capable hands.
Like, I hope they give us this outfit eventually. Like, even if they add it to the online store, I will buy it.
First, we'll head to the entrance of Solution 9.
Because I need those pants, those shorts and leggings. Those boots are cute, and that top.
Explain things.
Also, I was looking it up to see if it's available, which it's not, but I just saw a meme that said apple bottom Sphene, boots with the fur, and that's honestly a really funny meme. You got the apple bottom Sphene, boots with the fur. But yeah, if I will be disappointed if they don't give us that outfit, because it is so cute. That lady wants to talk with Lamati, so while they're busy, I'll tell you about what we can see from here. Is there any place that interests you? There are so very many, I can't decide where to begin. And why don't we let Pennifer choose? The following event cannot be skipped. Well, I'm not queued up for anything, so I don't mind. Explain the sights to see, Sphene. Hell yeah. There are lots of different shops at the Nexus Arcade, selling everything you could need. It's always full of people out doing their shopping. The Endless Sphene gave Pennifer and Lamati a tour of the place. I remember watching them from a distance. The castle town I knew had a main thoroughfare that was lined with shops. Whenever I visited, the citizens would come and speak with me about matters great and small. Just like that lady is now doing with Wuklammat. The lady talking to Lamati just came back from Tuliolol. It was her first time since being trapped in the barrier 30 years ago. She has family in Alexandria now, so she had to return. But the train made it safe and easy for her to make the journey, and it's all thanks to everyone's hard work. There was once a railroad connecting Alexandria and neighboring Lindblum, but operations were suspended when relations deteriorated. Eventually, the tracks were removed entirely. To see that our railroad now connects us to our new neighbors is gratifying. Especially considering that our history began with war, the Alexandria of the aggressor. In continuing to strive for peace, Tuliolol's leaders have shown great magnanimity, and I can't help but be moved. Boy, this game loves using big words. If you attune to Lane 09, you can teleport back here anytime you want. You can also use it to teleport to other locations in Solution 9. It makes it easy to get around. That's the mode of travel that utilizes Aether Currents, yes? We had the same in my time, but when the Storm Surge broke out, such nodes were sealed off to prevent enemy use. And after the war, the etheric balance across the entire world had collapsed. Not only was travel outside the barrier ill-advised, the act of teleportation itself had become dangerous. We had to abandon the nodes altogether. 'Tis heartening to see them available again for the use of one and all. In the government sector, there's a counter where citizens can get matched to jobs. There's also a soul exchange, but no one goes there much these days since there aren't many souls in circulation. I'm unsure how I feel about regulators and the treatment of souls as a resource. I understand the grief of those who have lost loved ones and the desire to escape the sorrow of death. Even so, I would never wish to forget. My parents, Otis, Zelenia, I want to remember them all. I am reluctant to impose my personal beliefs upon others, though. Sorry about that. Got a little carried away with the conversation. It's alright. Pennifer and I told her about the places we can see from here. Really? That's great. Right then, why don't we stroll through the residential sector and then stop at Mosaic? We can take a break there. Yeah, these quests are going kinda quickly. We might actually do 7.3 today. Depending on how long it takes to get to the dungeon and trial and how long both of those take. But since this is current content, not the most current, but still close to current, we should have pretty quick queues. Like Monday when we did the dungeon, we had an insanely quick queue. Like, I think I was in for maybe not even half a minute before it popped. Because it's current content. Like... yeah, this one. Ueyo Waterfield Station, that popped very quickly. So, today's dungeon and trial should probably pop quickly too because it is current. Or at least it's close to current. We've been walking for a while, so let's rest our feet, eh? Drinks are on me. Sveen, Pennifer, the two of you go ahead and order first.
So many different drinks. I can't decide. Ooh.
I'll have this, please. A Dali coffee.
Of course. I should warn you though, Dali beans are an older variety known for their strong bitterness. Still want one?
The bitterness is the best part. Have you decided as well?
Healthy? I would never drink vegetable juice. Let's have a bitter coffee, why not?
2 Dali coffees then. The beans make for dark roasts that are quite aromatic. I find the sharp flavour invigorating, though a dash of milk can be a wonderful complement.
I'll have your drinks ready in a moment.
God, we have Final Fantasy Starbucks now, let's go. I can't believe we have Final Fantasy Starbucks.
They're certainly well liked. It's a wonderful feeling, spending time with the people. But they're not my people anymore, are they? Their city, their way of life, even the ground upon which they tread.
I am a stranger to it all. The weight of the long years is finally beginning to sink in.
Your Majesty, is that you?
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint, but I am not Queen Sphene, though I'm often told we look alike.
There you are. How many times have I told you not to go off alone? I'm sorry he bothered you, Mom. Come now, we're going home.
Bye, not Queen Sphene.
I do not know that boy, nor does he know me. No one does. Another harsh reminder that I have no place here. Yet, no matter how much things have changed, I am happy. I am. For Alexandria has endured. Our sacrifice was not in vain. Even so, I cannot help but feel lonely.
Forgive me, I didn't mean to darken the mood. Still, I feel better for having shared my feelings with you. Thank you. I'm sorry I'm not being much of a guide. I don't usually get approached this often. It's quite alright. The people have been through so much, it's only natural for them to seek comfort and assurance from someone they trust. Besides, I was able to relax with a delicious cup of coffee and have a lovely chat with Pennifer. I appreciate your understanding. Right then, where to next? We could take a look inside the Nexus arcade, but it can probably wait for when we actually need something. In that case, let's head back to the recreation zone. There's plenty to see on TrueView. Okay, I see my VTuber program still fussing a bit. I could lower the graphics a little, because I don't quite need them to be max. That's high is good. Honestly, I think that's immediately improved things, turning on low detail models on distant objects. Now, why does that... That's not distant at all. If we could just new normal, I don't necessarily need maximum shadows. And honestly, I could set the filtering to 8 times. 8 times should still look nice. And that frees up resources. Perfect. So with the NVIDIA DLSS, everything should still look really nice, even such as 8 times filtering. Because I don't necessarily need things cranked all the way up when NVIDIA's doing some work itself. But yeah, this runs smoothly. My VTuber program's behaving. OBS is cooking. I could have probably taken an Aetheryte shard over there, but I don't mind running. Having a nice jog through the city. He looks pale. We need to find a place for him to rest. Thank you. I was on my way to attend to some business when the memory of being killed here came flooding back. The danger has passed, I know, but the terror lingers. For all the comfort I've offered others in my work, I can't seem to comfort myself. Thank you. I feel better already. Your encouragement was exactly what I needed. But where are my manners? My name is Malachite, and I am an usher. An usher? They're the ones who came to those without long to live, right? But given everything that's happened, I expect your duties have changed. That's correct. We no longer attend to the dying. It is only after they have passed away in their family's care that we convey their remains to a government storage facility. A storage facility? What for? Henceforth, we must inter the deceased, but as the specifics are undecided, the bodies must be kept in the cold storage for the time being. I didn't know. I'd heard there were graveyards over by the submerged city, but like funerals, burial customs must be long forgotten. Did you have usher duties? If so, we could help. I'm not actually here in an official capacity, so I am loath to trouble you further, but since you asked, I shall explain why I've come. I've taken to delivering the personal effects of the departed to their families. Even though their memories have been entrusted to the cloud, I still remember where they once lived. The rule was to dispose of any belongings. To do anything else was strictly forbidden, but it saddened me to see them discarded like waste, so I began secreting away what I could. Of course, I understand that not everyone shares my sentiments, and I leave it to the families to decide what to do with these items. Some accept my deliveries, others reject them. Whether I'm doing the right thing, I cannot say, but I feel the families should be given the choice. Oh, they didn't have it before then. It's important to think about what people leave to us. I want to help. Do you want to help too, Panifer? Deliveries happen to be my specialty. I'm truly grateful. Now, there are 4 items to be delivered here in the recreation zone. I leave them in your care. In the meantime, I will head to the residential sector to make deliveries there. After you've finished, please meet me back here. I would like to know the family's reaction. You know, there have been people in Tuliolol who had similar episodes due to the trauma of the siege. Would you mind if I went with Malachite just to keep an eye on him? Only if you can handle those deliveries without me, of course. It's fine, it's fine. I'm sure he'll be happy for the company. Okay, might need to adjust graphics a little more. Probably set that to normal. Howdy, howdy, Tetsuru. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a great Wednesday. Okay, things should work a bit smoother now. So, there are 4 items in total to deliver. Right. 3 for people on Trueview and 1 for someone over by the Neon Stein. Let's visit them in that order. Might I trouble you to do the talking, Panifer? I fear my voice may betray my identity. Lead the way, we'll be right behind you. So yeah, this was an absolute plot twist that the real Sphene exists. And I am disappointed that she gets such a cute outfit, but we don't. Like, I need those shorts and those leggings. Those boots are cute too, and so is that top. I need all of that. Like, she has pockets. Girl pants don't have pockets. Like, jeans and shirts for girls don't have pockets, and that's a crime. But she gets shorts with pockets. The way the buildings are all in a row reminds me of the old castle town. Lively as it is here, I can see why Oblivion can blend in. The people around Trueview seemed scary at first, most of them are really kind. When I see someone passed out on the street now, I worry if they'll be alright. Is there something you need? So Malachite sent you. He was very considerate. When he offered to bring me the keepsake, he stressed that I didn't have to accept it if I felt uncomfortable. I see why some would say no, but I couldn't do that. Not when it's something that belonged to my parents, who I understand now I will never see again. Having spare souls won't save us from the inevitable. That's always been the case, but now, I find myself wondering about this and that, like how much longer can I afford to muck around with my brothers? but I won't bore you with my ramblings. Thanks for bringing me the keepsake and give my regards to Malachite. Oh, hello. Do I know you? No, but you might know this. So this is the keepsake. Truth be told, I've been wavering as to whether or not I should accept it. I mean, it belonged to someone that died. It's got me thinking about what we did to Tuliolo. I didn't even know we'd killed so many other people, not until the funeral. What if they decide to retaliate? Lamati, Wuk-Lamat would never do that. She and everyone in Tuliolo know that my father was to blame for the attack, not the Alexandrian people. Oh dear, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you speak ill of your father. It's just, I can't stop worrying about death, and hearing that they're running out of Neo-Regulators makes it worse. I don't know what to do anymore. So you can purchase beverages from these machines? That's wonderful. I've always believed that technology should be developed for the benefit of the people. Geralt's favorite energy tonic is a special formula, not like the ones they sell here. I wanted to try one, but Shale wouldn't let me. Yeah, you are way too young and small for one of those. Those things are super crack, honestly. No small child should be drinking the equivalent of super crack in soda. What is it? If you're trying to sell me something, I'm not interested. Oh, you brought the keepsake. Thank you. I've been looking forward to this, hoping that it might help me remember, but no such luck it seems. The owner is dead, and they'll never become one of these endless Queen's Fiend tells us about. It's a sad thought. Even so, I'm not sure I want to become endless myself. If they're made by putting your memories into a new body made of ether, doesn't that mean you yourself still have to die first? The thought of not having to worry about souls was appealing, so I was happy to receive a Neo-Regulator, but I've only had doubts since then. The Queen's Fiend herself recommended. I want to believe that all will be well, but still. Sorry, I need to clear my head. That's everyone on TrueView. Let's go to the Neon Stein. Yeah, but like we haven't even been playing the game for an hour and we're about to be done with 3 quests. We might actually be able to do 7.3 today and finish up the rest of the base game story, or... Are you talking to me? Oh, right. Sis, I can't say it stirs any memories, but it does feel familiar somehow. You know, you look familiar yourself. Where do I know you from? Ah, of course, you're the unenhanced challenger. No, champion. I can't stress how incredible it is what you've achieved without using feral souls. It's a genuine honor to meet you, though not for the first time, I realize. Ew? It was at the infusion station in the government sector, and it wasn't my finest moment, as you might recall. Oh, that was you. You're the Arcadian fighter who was desperate for souls. That's right. I'm sorry you had to see me like that. Anyway, seeing as we're meeting properly now, the name's Lathander. I used to fight in the Arcadian, but not anymore. I took Queen Spheen's words to heart and found a new job, one where I can put my knowledge of physical conditioning to use. As you know, lots of people were badly hurt when the mechanical soldiers malfunctioned, and I've been assisting with their rehabilitation. It's not something I ever imagined myself doing, but here we are. Not many people can help others like you can. I think it's great what you're doing. Thanks. It's encouraging to hear that. There's this fellow who has to learn how to walk all over again. Becoming endless would solve his problems, but he's determined to overcome them the hard way, with the body he's got. Seeing that gave me a newfound appreciation for my own body. It's a gift from my parents, a sturdy thing that survived the arena, and I need to take better care of it. I'm the only blue-scaled Hubigo besides my father. Lamati once told me that. I don't know how my father felt about it, and there are times when it hurts to think about the things we share. Still, I don't want to lose that. Even if I could look the same as an Endless, I would never throw away this body. Most people would find it hard to do so, I imagine. Just the thought makes me feel uncomfortable about the whole becoming Endless affair. But I need to get back to work. It was nice talking to you, and thanks for the delivery. Oh boy, this is all junk, because most jobs don't need... Like, a Pictomancer has no need for, spell speed up. I believe that takes care of the deliveries. Thank you for taking charge, Panifer. From what I've seen and heard, 'tis plain the people held their queen in high regard, and the Simulant has exploited their love and admiration to win over so very many. Come, let us report to Malachite. He should be back at the north of the recreation zone. I just wish these vending machines could be interacted with and purchased from, so you could just buy random drinks to use. Like, I still have this one single dam that I bought that I have yet to find a fight I want to spend it on. Maybe I use it on this patch's trial? That wouldn't be a bad place to use it. Thank you for your assistance. With this, every delivery I had planned for today is accounted for. The reactions I received were mixed. While some were glad, others decided they did not want the items after all. How was your experience? Everyone accepted their items, but they all felt differently about them. One person couldn't remember the keepsake's owner, and another couldn't stop worrying about their own death. I see. It's difficult indeed to predict how people may behave when confronted with reminders of loss. Of late, I've come to believe that we are each of us the sum of the moments we've shared with our loved ones. And when they passed away and we lost our memories of these people, we lost a part of ourselves. It's a thought that saddens me to no end. If our memories of the departed are no longer to be entrusted to the cloud, I wish that those already taken could be returned to us. I mean, can that be done? Can't we just go to like Everkeep systems and like, hey, give these memories back, fuckwad? Well, my friends, I must resume my formal duties. My thanks again for your aid. Malachite speaks true. Our memories are what define us. They form the path we walked to be where we are. My endless self, I expect, was much alike to me in the beginning, but I cannot become like her no more than she could become like me. But once our paths diverged, so too did our lives and experiences. That's true. Even if we start from the same place, we all have different journeys. At some point, things like our goals and our ways of thinking are bound to change. The Endless Fiend was one possibility. A version of myself who made choices I want to believe I never would. I'm beginning to come to terms with the fact that I did, though. Is that... Hey, hi Phony. Phony, you're a phony. A simulant? Okay, something tells me the trial boss for this is going to be Sphene. She was looking straight at us. If I didn't know better, I'd say she wanted us to follow her. I have a bad feeling about this, but we might not have another chance to figure out what she's up to. We're going after her, right? Of course we are. First we're going after the Phony. The simulant headed into the street over there. The Nienstein is that way. Let's hurry.
Not here. Let's press on, if only a little further.
Huh?
Hey, are you alright?
Do I look alright? I got tased by a lightning bolt. And who the fuck are you?
So she didn't die. Vexing, but expected.
That was about the strongest bolt we can produce within Everkeep. What now?
We obtain more precise measurements. Narrow the range of variables to avoid unnecessary trial and error. That is the most expeditious course of action.
I know that voice. Yes, you! We have important business with you.
Is that business me kicking your stupid
We
ass?
left something in your keeping. The key to interdimensional fusion. You will kindly return it to us, yes?
No, fuck you. That's my key. You asked me that after you try to kill me? Absolutely not, that's mine.
Now that you mention it, the other way around may have been more appropriate.
Yeah, ask before you try to kill me, dipshit.
If I had the key, I wouldn't need to be cruel and turn away so many people. Far more than 5,000 could become endless and know eternal happiness.
What? You mean to steal ether from other worlds again?
All is for the sake of his experiments.
And who the fuck is he?
'Twas for that reason, you know, that the previous me created the Endless. I pity her. She was forced to attempt the impossible, to turn every soul who dies into an Endless, even though there's no end to them. Admittedly, that was part of the plan. Her desperation would drive her to claim the key and use it. And sure enough, she did just that. I know you had a soft spot for her, Lamachi. So for what it's worth, I'm truly sorry.
No, fuck you.
Alas, we are naught more than pawns, pieces in his grand design.
Don't you dare make light of her love for her people. Don't you dare!
Strike me down if you wish. I shall be made anew. And I doubt many would look kindly upon the vow of resolve of Tuliolol if she attacked a neighboring queen, and not for the first time. Would you be willing to accept the repercussions?
Damn you!
What do you stand to gain by making everyone endless?
You're speaking to me.
Yes, you, fuckface.
Our goal is to usher in the next phase of mankind's evolution.
Okay, I want that doctor's outfit, though. That doctor's outfit is good.
Since time immemorial, life has used death to facilitate adaptation in an ever-changing environment. The old and infirm are weeded out, allowing the species to thrive. Generational succession. This has been our survival strategy. Yet, this strategy has long since reached its practical limit. It is outdated. It relies on progeny, which gives rise to unchecked population growth. Resources become scarce, invariably leading to conflict.
Oh, this guy has a port on his neck. He's not a doctor, he's a patient.
All the while, death is ever present and robs our species of untold potential.
Or he's both?
Where man now stands in his evolution, bodies of flesh no longer make sense. What we must strive for next is carefully managed, eternal preservation.
Calix! You're Calix, aren't you?
You know him?
The young genius who had mastered electrope technology. He founded the scientific collective known as Preservation and devoted himself to developing a cure for the paralysis which plagued our people.
This motherfucker looks like 9S.
Calix, you always had your gaze set upon the future, and I know you do now. But I beg you, do not deceive the people of Alexandria. Do not manipulate them with this imitation forged from my memories. Well, how rude. Yet, whatever you may say, I'm the one whom the people regard as queen. You may have worn the crown for a few years, but now you are no one. Just a frail, fleshy version of me that could die at any moment. The kingdom has no use for such as you.
Oh, you are a bitch.
Our demand is simple. Surrender the key. Refusal will necessitate consequences.
Fuck you. I'm not giving you that goddamn key. You can go suck a dick. Are you alright, Pannifer? I mean, outside of getting hit with a lightning bolt, I'm fine. I've taken much worse. Forgive me, I was once able to use healing spells, but my long slumber appears to have sapped my magical reserves. It's frustrating to be so powerless, but perhaps I must accept my newfound limitations. Alexandria has no need for Queen Sphene. It's the Queen of Reason, my endless counterpart, that they love. And although it is a hard truth to accept, it is nevertheless the truth. I must find a new way to serve. You're not alone, and together we can get through anything. Well said, and it just so happens there's something that only you can do right this moment. Let's start with Calix. What can you tell us about him? He was a prodigy who specialized in the field of electrope and made his mark during the Storm Surge. Yet even as he basked in the admiration of his peers, he struggled with an illness he had from birth, which left him with precious little time to live. For him to still be here 4 centuries on, I think it's safe to assume that he too has become an endless. I see. While we're somewhat familiar with preservation, I never imagined we'd cross paths with one of them like this. You know about preservation? We do. They're supposed to have created Everkeep's core system as well as the Endless Sphere. Did they? All while I was slumbering. The members of Oblivion have spent a lot of time investigating preservation. We should head to the back room and tell them what's happened. Yeah, like, getting hit with a lightning bolt in the middle of the city is kind of fucked up.
We've heard what happened. So, preservation has revealed itself at last.
And using the key, they mean to turn even more people into Endless. It seems safe to assume that they too intend to steal ether from the other reflections. But unlike the previous Sphere, they have no intention of saving everyone. Calyx, of all people, would know precisely how much ether is required to sustain an Endless. Thus, he is able to set a realistic limit to their creation, without being swayed by emotion.
Carefully managed, eternal preservation. Whether or not this can be considered an evolution, 'tis plain that man's very existence would be forever changed.
Say, if this Calyx is as brilliant a scientist as everyone says, could he have been the one who erased everyone's memories of Endless Sphere's death?
That is a possibility, though I cannot speak to his motives.
Though Calyx has outright stated his ultimate goal, how his actions will further this agenda remains unclear. That said, we have seen how anxiety towards death continues to spread amongst Alexandrians. Perhaps the simulant stokes this fear to entice them to become endless.
Everyone is afraid of death. We try to put it out of our minds, and I do not blame the people for feeling as they do. Nonetheless, I wish to stop the simulant. I wish to do what I can for those who believe in their queen. Although I wear no crown, were I to forsake the people, then I would truly have no place here.
I don't know if this will help in that endeavor, but I've found something interesting.
Ooh.
When I analyzed the sign that Calyx appeared on, I was able to determine the source of transmission. I traced it back to a terminal used only by preservation, located in the Foundation sector.
Foundation sector? That came up in my mother's records, didn't it? It's where the old castle was hidden.
Everkeep was built atop the castle of the former kingdom. Access to the immediate area, the Foundation sector, is highly restricted, with map data accordingly classified.
The old castle is inside this tower.
It's an ideal place for preservation to conceal the terminal, I must say. Having existed since the Storm Surge, they would be familiar with the castle's layout.
But I wonder, would someone so versed in electrope, such as Calyx, be so careless as to leave a trail?
Oh, I expect he intended for us to find the terminal.
It may be a trap, but it's our only lead. What do you think, my friend?
I think a little revenge is in order.
That it is. While I'm glad you're safe, we cannot allow his offense to go unanswered.
Exactly. I'm still mad that he lightning bolted me.
If you're set on this course of action, I'll work on getting you access to the Foundation sector. Sit tight for now.
No one hits me with a lightning bolt and gets away with it.
Please, let me come with you. I may not possess any special skills, but I know the castle better than any. So please.
All right. If that's what you want, then we go together. The rest of us will take point and secure the way, and we'll count on you to guide us in the castle.
Thank you for allowing me to accompany you. It may take time for me to find my place in this new Alexandria, but I will. Slowly but surely. Right. I believe I've plotted a viable route to the Foundation sector. As we don't have much information on the area, I'll come along and gather geographic data on site. You can leave the navigating to me. I'll stay behind this time, but let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Oblivion is fortunate to have a capable adapter like you, Gulool-Ja. And no matter what the future holds, your knowledge of Electrope is bound to serve you well. With such dependable support here, we may embark on our mission. Come, let's head to the lift in the government sector. Sounds like it's about to be dungeon time. And then maybe trial. You know, I never did think to look around here and see if there's any, or if the Arcadian fighters just hanging around. Because I know we've seen, Sugar Riot, we've seen the Blowjob Brothers. There's no direct lift to the Foundation sector, so we'll have to transfer to another on the way. If we take the wrong lift, we'll end up in the wrong sector, so be sure to follow her instructions. According to Tishaljat's records, the tower is divided into inner and outer sections below Origenics. The castle is at the heart of the inner section. So, upon arriving at the Foundation sector, we need to make our way inwards. Pennifer, take this communicator with you. It's been modified to track your coordinates, so I'll be guiding you as I collect data. Sounds like we're all set. Let's get going. Oh yeah, the Underkeep now accessible. Let's go. This should probably be a fairly quick queue. Let's see, while we're waiting for this, yeah, right, I could go here and do my weekly item money turn-ins. That'll get me closer to being finished with the Enclave restoration. I think, if I remember right, it's a weekly 20,000 money worth of items turn in, and you get double the money back on it. So it's literally the easiest 40,000 you'll make a week. Oh no, my budget's 30,000, so I'll get double that maybe? Or no, I get 30,000 back on it, but whatever I put in, I get double. So it's... Okay, so that's... Oops, that's 8,000. Oh, garden's done. I think that's the last thing. I think the one garden was the last thing that needed to be restored. Oh, this is very pretty. Okay, Q shouldn't take much longer. But yeah, at the pace we're going, we definitely can do 7.3 today. So how much did this patch we're on take? This has 8 quests, and we're 1, 2, 3. We're on the 6th of the 8. Then there's 10 quests in the next patch, but honestly, those will probably go real fast. Well, at least from here it might be less expensive to go... Yeah, we can go here into our daily mini scratchers. Also, what's the item level sync on this dungeon? 760. I'm at 770, so that we're getting closer to being current item level for content. No, I think this is current item, or I think 760 is the raid item level from this tier. Average item level 750 to get in. This one was 745. Oh, wait, what was the item level for Savage, though, is 730, right? Up to 740, so Savage would have gotten you your gear close to 760. Let's go gambling. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. Absolute crap. What's current item level for current Savage, at least? 760. Okay, so crafted set is... The crafted set and whatever gear you get from the current tier is good enough for Savage. Yeah, current normal gets you 770 here. Ooh. Dungeon! Let's go, BB! It's time to boogie. Oh, this is so cool. I'd always wondered what the inside of the city, like the underside of the city, looked like. Just need to pop my greeting button.
There are beasts ahead of you. They must have gotten in and made themselves at home.
Hammer.
There should be an access hatch nearby that leads inside. Look for an opening.
Hammer. Ayo, Sandstorm, Darude Sandstorm. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
I'm detecting something big. You'll have to deal with it to continue on.
Where'd you go? Hammer. Hammer. I don't need an aiming ring. I don't need fending armor. Doesn't even look like it can be dyed, and that's cringe. What's the point of gear if you can't color it? Make it look good. Hammer. Hammer.
Everkeep's construction was apparently a constant battle against the rising water level.
Whee!
Even during the war, the people labored to maintain the castle. It meant a lot to them. So
That was
pathetic to think
fun.
the Preservation's terminal is in this place.
Hold on. Someone's jammed communication. Stay alert.
Hammer. Hammer.
So, you have come. Let us measure your strength. That was hardly a challenge, I see. You will show me more. I bid you press on.
Hammer. Hammer.
You are untroubled thus far, but I have something that may test you yet.
Are those laser cannons? And what in the heck is this? Indefatigable defense. I couldn't read the rest of that.
Still lack sufficient data. Very well. Let us see how you perform against this. This machine has long guarded these crumbling halls.
Hammer.
How will you handle this? Let us introduce more weaponry. Let us see what this yields. Perhaps a new approach to assess your adaptability. Still alive. How unfortunate.
Yeah, unfortunate for you.
For you to die here, it would save me trouble later.
Yeah, I'm stubborn. Hammer. GG. That was fun.
That will do. We have enough to proceed with an analysis.
Aw, I wanted the dog. Still. Oh no, wait, I already have the dog. Okay, so I don't need the dog. I already have it. I was like, oh, I wanted a dog, but I have the dog.
Calyx was measuring our strength. Is that why he contrived to lead us here?
Yeah, okay, let's go to BRB for like a minute or two so I could strip off my sweatshirt and stretch a little.
Like I'm putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs.
It looks like we've cleared away the machines and beasts. But who knows what else he might have in store. From here on out, Sven and Shale will move with us. Let's find that terminal, but stay alert for more threats.
Before my illness left me bedridden, I used to walk through here on my way to watch Otis and Zelenia train. You knew Otis, if I'm not mistaken. Zelenia was his second in command in the Royal Knights of Alexandria. Oh, how I loved to see the two of them spar. I once dreamed of fighting by their side, so I studied the magical arts under my tutor. But when I was 15, the storm surge broke out, and both my father and mother passed away. As the new queen, I was forbidden from taking to the battlefield, for our nation would fracture had I died without a successor. Though in the end I could barely move, I regret that I didn't go out there and fight. At least while I still could. My endless self lamented not being able to protect the realm with benevolence. 'Tis a feeling to which I can relate.
Sphene.
Ah, forgive me. 'Twas not my intent to darken the mood. Come, let us press on.
This is one big castle, though. How far does this hallway go? Do you know, Sphene? What?
Huh?
What happened?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Oh, it seems our guest brought company. So this was your doing?
Of course it's their doing.
It was. We installed a teleporter that is triggered by the presence of the key, you see? Ah, I'm afraid etheric transmissions cannot penetrate the walls of the throne room. It will take your friends a good while to find you.
I confess the Valia Pira did not suffice to assess your capabilities. So I shall try something else.
And what the fuck is
free to
this?
use anything at your disposal. The better you fight, the more accurate my data. Attaining a precise measure of your strength, that is the most expeditious way to reclaim the key to which you so stubbornly cling.
Yeah, go fuck yourself, twink.
Ah, noble Zelenia, dashing as ever. These villains mean to do us harm. Strike them down, I bid you. What? This machine is Zelenia! Indeed it is. We couldn't preserve her memories while she lived, so she has been reconstructed from our recollections of her. The endless me being created in answer to the earnest desires of Alexandrians. That I can accept. But to twist the memories of those I held dear and treat them as playthings. This disgrace I cannot abide! Loath though I am to comply with their demands, this monstrosity must be destroyed. Not least of all for Selenia's honor. If she was indeed created from my memories, even if I cannot fight, I may be able to offer you counsel. So please, lend me your strength and end this farce.
Ah, there it is.
God, this is sick. That was a pretty good dungeon, and now, time for a big fight. I'm pretty sure I do. Well, let's queue up for this, and then I can look through my trial. Oh yeah, I do have the dog. Well, it says average wait time 27 minutes, but I'm sure it's going to be much faster than that. Because this is, again, close to current content. Calix's trial has led you to Alexandria's castle and into a wicked trap. Seeking to take more precise measurements of your strength, Calix pits you against a mechanical guardian forged from Sphene's memories of the Selenia, second in command of the Royal Knights. The Queen implores you to lay this affront to her dear friend's honor to rest. Make ready to test your mettle against one of Alexandria's finest blades. Oh, right, that's the current Unreal. That one would be a pain to do. And I still eventually want to get a group together to do this. This music is so good. Like, this music right here is just really good. Also, right, I need to finish this before... I'll probably finish it later today, since this is last week's. Well, that can't get me 3. That could get me 2. Well, this is taking a little longer than I was hoping. Mm-hmm. Man, this is taking a while for current content. Like, this was only 2 patches ago. This shouldn't take this long. It's not like I'm doing a last expansion content. Well, this is painful. I can't proceed with the story until I do this, and the queue is taking forever. Things like this makes me wish I was a bigger Final Fantasy streamer. Then I'd always have, like, a full party of people waiting. Maybe one day I'll be a bigger Final Fantasy streamer. For now, I am but a small cat. But man, imagine trying to play this top-down. Like, you specifically keep your camera just pointed down. That would be insane. Top-down... Like, I imagine this fight would be miserable trying to do it top-down. Because you can't see what the boss is aiming to do. And also doing it first person would be painful. Because you can't really see the AoE markers on the ground. Or anything. Like, it is fun to run around in first person and see just how big everything is compared to you. Like, this doesn't look terribly big. But then you zoom in, it's like, oh, this thing's massive. And this boss is massive. And I am small. But yeah, man, it should not take this long for current content to queue up and pop. Like, let me see when this patch came out. Like, it had to have been less than a year ago. Yeah, 7.2 released March 25th, 2025. It was about a year ago. And then 7.3 was August 2025. 7.4 was December 2025. So yeah, we're getting to the point where we're doing content that was less than a year old. I could maybe try to set up a party finder. If I could remember, like, I don't think I have it as a hotbar button, so I'd have to... Also, it's funny reading the comments on, like, the Savage raids, like, mechanics, like, Taxi to M10, like, what mechanic is Taxi? Oh, there it goes, finally. Well, thankfully, we'll be having 7.3. It's a dungeon, so that should not take that long. So we could do 7.3 today. Because this is quest 6 we're on of... We're on 6 of 8. And we're not even 3 hours into stream. And then 7.3 is just 10. So we do this... We finish this quest, we finish the next 2, we can knock out the next 10, because those ones should be not that hard, not that long. And that should wrap up the Dawntrail main game story. Meaning, why is it always someone withdraws from the duty? Every time I am queued up for something spicy that I need to do, somebody withdraws from the duty and I'm stuck waiting in queue another 20 minutes. It's like, oh boy, I'm ready to do this. Oh no, the other tank just abandoned because, like, hey, no, screw this, I'm not doing this anymore. Or they were away from their keyboard and weren't able to ready up. Like, if you're in queue for something, you need to be at your desk and waiting. I don't like that I have to wait probably another 20 minutes for queue to pop again. And I have to wait because this is story content. I can't just go off and do something else. This is the story. So if I had to wait an hour to get in and to get a full party of people to do it, I will wait an hour. And it will be painful, but I will wait and grumble about people not being there to queue up for the duty. Like, don't queue up for content if you're going to go AFK for a while. or if you're just going to say, nope, I'm not going to do this anymore. Because people who queue for content, and then when the queue pops, they say, nope, nope, I'm not doing this. Those people are trolls. Those people are trolls, and I despise them. You do not troll people by queuing up for content and then clicking decline when the queue pops. For funsies. Because, I mean, yeah, when you do that, if you're not ready for the content or you decline, you get a penalty where you can't queue up for content normally for like 15 minutes or so, and every time you decline, it just goes up and up. So you get punished for doing that, but people will still troll and do that anyway. Because they're dicks. God, I could be in the fight now. We could be fighting, but no, I gotta wait another probably an hour because, again, Dickhead McGillicuddy over here decided, nope, I'm just gonna say no because, like, the timer didn't even run down long enough to make it show that they were AFK. No, they specifically declined. Like the timer for getting in didn't go down fully. They declined on purpose. So I'm annoyed. Cause yeah, once the queue pops, if the timer runs out and someone doesn't click yes, then yeah, they're AFK. That's understandable but annoying. But if someone declines before the timer fully runs out, then you know they declined on purpose. And that's what this tank did. They declined on purpose. Everyone else was ready. Even one of the tanks was ready. The other tank just said, nope, I'm gonna decline for funsies. Because I am a dick. Well, I might as well just sit here and emote while I wait for the queue to pop again. Because, like, yeah, Trial Roulette should put people in this. Like, people who are caught up on the story will get this in Trial Roulette, potentially. They could also get literally anything else in the game, of which there's countless more content. But this is also a potential thing that they can get in Trial Roulette, so I should have people queued up for this. But if the queue runs to an hour, I am going to crash out. Because this is precious time. I could be doing story, but I'm stuck because I can't do the story until I do this. And the longer this takes, the less time I will have to do 7.3, and I really want to do 7.3 today. If I do 7.3 today, then on Monday I can do 7.4 and get caught up with the story. Which means then next week on Wednesday I can start Occult Crescent and start the relic stuff, as I am excited to start that. I have no clue how long it's going to take to get the first relic. We'll probably have the first step of the relic next Wednesday when we started it. But it shouldn't take more than one stream to get the first part of the relic. And start on the second step. Okay, it looks like we are now full up on DPS. We just need healers and tanks, and to not have anybody decline. But yeah, it will be fun to start the relic stuff on stream and just work on that and see what the relic looks like, because I have purposefully not looked at the relic at all. I am keeping all of the new content I haven't done unspoiled, so I can get into it and it's like, oh hey, this is cool. Yeah, I still can't believe it is more than 30 minutes of a wait to get into content that is current. That is... Finally it pops. I will crash out if we have one person who declines or isn't ready. Okay, there we go.
Selenia Trianta Philly, Roy Knight of Alexandria, and sworn blade of Her Majesty the Queen.
Okay, someone crashed, but they will be back. That's fine, we can wait.
Upon my blade, I swear, no harm shall come to Her Highness.
You will not defile Zelenia's memory any longer.
Feel the sting of my divine blade!
I know this technique. You must keep moving.
Have at you!
That her blade work should be recreated so faithfully.
I will suffer none to threaten Alexandria! Heavens roar! Fall!
Have care. Zelenia was capable of much, much more.
I will show you the soul of a royal knight!
Oh, that's pretty.
For the honor and glory of Alexandria, I strike! No more games!
Quickly! Away from the sigils! The sigils channel magic. Be on your guard.
You've no time even to fear my wrath!
You must brace for blade and magic both.
Have at you! Taste my steel! There is no escape!
Does it look like I'm trying to escape?
Surge! Have at you!
I know this is merely a reconstruction, and yet...
Hammer.
I have pledged my life to the kingdom. Have at you! My resolve shall never waver. I am sworn to protect my
Hammer.
queen. I will die before I yield. Have at you!
That's right. Zelenia was always there to protect me.
Fall! Taste my steel!
GG, that was fun.
A disgraceful display. Forgive me, my queen.
Very good fight.
I have failed you.
And I somehow managed to not die. Let's go, baby. Your streamer's a gamer. Yay, I got 3 player commendations. Let's go. I was straight up gaming.
Did you get what you needed?
I did. Though these figures will complicate matters.
Is that so? Well, if we are done here, then I shall end the transmission.
Hold it! If you have no scruples about thus defiling the memories of Zelenia, then there is no way we will ever see eye to eye. You are not fit to be entrusted with the cherished memories of Alexandrians.
I, for one, have no wish to employ the fruits of my research in this manner. It is a waste of time and effort. But since I relinquished my flesh long ago, I must resort to every conceivable method, so long as the hero insists on keeping the key.
Oh, yeah, it's my key.
Why do you so oppose our objective?
Because it's wrong?
With the key, we would be able to harvest ether from other reflections and bring forth more endless.
Again, that's wrong.
We could give this chance to evolve not only to the people of the Ninth, but to those of the Source as well. I see no reason why you should reject such a boon.
Because that's not evolution, it's fucked up.
How miserly you are. But unless you're willing to compromise, you won't be able to save anyone or anything.
Nah, screw you.
Well, I'd say our conversation has run its course. Ultimately, what you think is immaterial, for the seeds we've sown have already quickened. The people have glimpsed hope in transcending death, and they can ill turn away from it. And thus does my role come to an end. The rest I leave in your capable hands, Calyx.
As a token of gratitude for consenting to my tests, I leave you with a gift. Be sure to take it with you.
And what kind of fucked up gift is this? Zelenia was kind, but she could be stern. A pillar of strength when I ascended the throne in troubled times. Not only did she protect me, she also buoyed my spirit whenever it threatened to buckle under the pressures of my station. By preserving her memory and honor, you've done more for me than you could know. Thank you, Pannifer.
Zelenia, it pains me to think that you're gone too.
Aha! Oh, we found you at last.
You had us quite worried when you suddenly disappeared. What in the world happened?
Then preservation's objective is indeed what Calyx claimed. But for them to know about the Source and the Shards, and to refer to theirs as the Ninth, that raises some questions.
Indeed. But for now, I'm just glad the two of you are safe. Oh, right. While we were scouring the castle for you, we came upon a room that looked like a library.
By learning about the Alexandria of old, we may gain valuable insights into preservation. Might we take a number of books with us?
So books still remain. Of course. You are welcome to any that may be of use.
If you don't mind, could we take a look around here first? I'm especially curious about the area over by the throne.
This tiara, it was hers, the Endless Fiend's. What's it doing here?
It's a type of regulator, I believe. It contains the data of the Endless Fiend's memories. Calyx likely used it to create the simulant. Which means that as long as the tiara is in our keeping, we shouldn't need to deal with any more simulants. Strange that he would abandon it, though. Perhaps because the simulant already played her role, like she said. Or Calyx made a copy of the memories. In any case, not much information of import appears to remain on this terminal. But I'll make it so we can access it remotely from the back room.
This contains the memories of another me. The tale of her journey as Queen of Alexandria. Might I hold on to this tiara? You may examine it whenever you wish, of course.
It would be for the best, I think. Does that work for you, Shale?
No objections from me. All right, I'm finished. Let's head to the library, and then back outside.
Farewell, Selenia.
The simulant gave the impression that she wouldn't be back, but I suppose only time will tell. And at present, we have no further leads in Calyx. For now, perhaps you could take a moment to contact our friends. It would be good to catch each other up on recent developments, and I am certain everyone would appreciate hearing from you. If it isn't Panifer, is something the matter? So preservation is behind the recent intrigue. It doesn't surprise me. I'm glad to hear you are none the worse for your trials, though. As for myself, I've just concluded a meeting with Ghassan. I told him about the cure for Levin sickness, and we formed a tentative plan to treat all those who are stricken. I'm now otherwise unoccupied, so I shall take a look around the government sector to see if aught is amiss. And if this Calyx is obsessed with the key, then I ought to begin studying it in earnest as well. Excellent timing, my friend. I had a mind to call you myself to see how you were faring. Calyx. Oh, something was obviously afoot. I couldn't have imagined that such an individual would be involved. 'Tis well you were able to prevent this simulant from sowing further uncertainty. That said, her absence may have consequences. The people of Alexandria still have great trust in Sveen. 'Tis plain in the way they speak of her even now, and in how the simulant was able to win them over. When they notice she has ceased to appear again, rumor and worry will spread. We must be mindful of any pronounced shift in the mood of the populace. But forgive me, it's been battle after battle for you, hasn't it? We can handle ourselves for now, so pray, rest up while you can and recover your strength. Yes, hello. Pennifer, for you to call out of the blue, is something wrong? What? You went all the way to the bottom of Everkeep and you didn't think to ask me to come? But I suppose I've been fairly busy myself. I'm pleased to say that we've received permission to begin administering the Cure for 11 sickness to citizens. I'm actually due to visit a boy named Milos shortly to see how he is responding to his treatment. You've met him before with Lamati, I believe. The two of you should attend as well if you have the time. Pennifer, this is a surprise. Has Wuk-Lamat gotten into trouble again? I see. Knowing you, I expect you're already looking forward to the next obvious trap. Try not to overdo it. I'm in the outskirts at the moment. I've been helping the people with their work and talking to those I meet to gauge their sentiment. It's been uneventful for the most part, but there was one notable development. Following recent events, some here stopped wearing regulators. This has led to a disparity in what people remember about the Queen's death and the occasional episode of confusion. I'll be sure to let you know if there are any other changes. What did the others have to say, if I may ask? They finished treating Milos, then we have to go and visit him. Would you mind if I accompanied you? I understand he's afflicted with the self-sim condition as I was, and I cannot help but worry for him. Of course, we don't mind at all. In the meantime, I shall take myself around Solution 9 and see how things are. I share Alphinaud's concern about the Queen's absence, and even setting that aside, the situation is not likely to resolve itself while becoming endless remains an option. I had been meaning to visit some shops, so I shall join Kryl. While everyone's out and about, I'll try to pick up Calyx's trail. I'll see if I can dig up some information about the key for your Y'shtola as well. I'll help you. It seems we all have things to do. Still, there's no telling what else Calyx might have planned, so please be careful, everyone. Right. Let's go to Milos' apartment. It's in residential radius 9-14, if I remember correctly. I really do hope we get housing here eventually. Because this would be an amazing place for houses. Hello. You came before with Queen Sphene. I'm glad you came again. I believe he'll be fine now, but just for good measure, I'll administer a healing spell.
I once hoped that Milos at least might be made an endless. Then he wouldn't need to suffer anymore. You feel different now? Thanks to Alizé, Milos is on the road to recovery. He can grow up and live a normal life. And I want to be there with him every step of the way. To grow old with him as his mother and not something else.
That should do it. You're doing well, I'm glad to say.
Thank you, Alizé.
You're welcome, Milos. Now, you'll feel breathless for a little while still, but don't fret. It'll get easier to speak with time. That said, we can't rule out the possibility of a relapse. As a precaution, I would keep him away from lightning-infused objects.
Lightning. Does that include regulators?
It does. I understand if it's difficult for you to part with something that you've worn for so long, though, so it's entirely up to you.
No. For Milos' sake, I will do it. And if the environment here isn't good for him, I must consider moving outside the dome.
You two would be more than welcome in Tuliyollal.
It's very assuring to hear that. If you don't mind, could you tell me about the process?
I'm happy. I can talk again. Before, I couldn't even thank my mother for caring for me. But now we can talk lots. I can tell her that I'm happy. That I like it when she strokes my hair.
Your mother is happy to talk to you as well, I'm sure.
Queen Sphene always cheered me up. Always said that she would cure me. Today, I'll practice walking with Mother. And next time, I'll go and visit you.
Thank you for explaining everything.
We'll come again to check on you. So if you have any other questions, just let me know. Right. Let's get going, shall we?
Please come back soon. You too, miss.
Not this song.
Doing so well.
The Endless Me gave him the strength to hang on, and she didn't rely on any special power to do so.
She wanted her people to be happy. Even though we had to fight, her love for them was very real, and it reached Milos.
I wish to be there to watch him grow as well. To make my way beside the people of Alexandria. In the name of his evolution, Calyx has wrought much unease and misery, and I cannot condone his path. No, I shall forge ahead on a path of my own. One that honors the memory of my other self.
Milos is a kind and brave boy. It did be well to see him. One day, I hope that I can speak with him about my other self. Come, let us return to the back room, and on the way, let us pick up treats for our friends. A little gift to show our appreciation for their hard work.
Citizens of Alexandria, please be advised. The distribution of neo-regulators has concluded.
Oh boy.
We ask that all recipients equip their regulators and promptly complete device registration. The evolution of our kind is at hand. Together we shall rise above death and bask in the infinite possibilities of eternal life.
This can't go well.
What is this?
Evolution? What evolution?
Those with neo-regulators will become endless, apparently.
You mean there's no more? Well, don't you feel lucky?
Don't look at me like that. Queen's Fiend said there were only so many.
I haven't registered mine yet. The more I thought about it, the more unsure I felt about becoming an Endless.
Well, I registered right away. Anything to stop those terrible nightmares of being killed by mechanical soldiers.
Ultimately, what you think is immaterial, for the seeds we've sown have already quickened. The people have glimpsed hope in transcending death, and they can ill turn away from it. I see. The terror of their first encounter with death still lingers in their hearts. Having previously been spared even the idea of it, they know not how to handle the emotions.
The funeral was meant to give everyone the chance to come to terms with loss, to grieve and move forward together. But everyone who was wearing a regulator had their memories of that moment erased. And to see those oblivious, happy souls, those who remembered must have wondered if it might not be better to be like them, to go back to a time when death didn't exist.
And now they've been presented with the chance to do just that by becoming an Endless. It's not hard to see why they would consider it.
If this fear of death continues to spread among the people, what will become of Alexandria? The gifts for our friends will have to wait. We should return to the back room at once.
Oh, you're safe. That broadcast had us worried. The entire populace is on edge.
So Alphino and the others are still out there.
We have a situation on our hands. A civilian has been killed by a mechanical soldier here on Trueview.
Huh?
Wayakwe is on the scene and reports that the problem unit has been subdued by another sentry.
That doesn't make sense. Only someone with the King of Resolve's authority could order a soldier to do that.
Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Don't tell me.
Not good. I tried to check the status of the authority but was blocked from the core system. Given recent developments, I'd wager that Calyx is responsible for this.
Perhaps we should go and see for ourselves.
It's me. There's been an incident in the outskirts. A mechanical soldier attacked a local resident, for no apparent reason. Fortunately, several nearby hunters dealt with the rogue machine, so everyone is safe. But if other soldiers were to... Wait. Is that... Oh gods. More hostile sentries are bound for the settlement. I'll try to lure them away and then lose them somehow.
Ill tidings, I take it.
In the outskirts too?
You'll go and help Erenville, won't you? We couldn't forgive ourselves if he came to harm. I'll have Geode join you from Earth and Sky.
I'm coming too. I can't stay here while my people are in danger.
Let's go.
Well, boy, this took a turn for the spicy. Things have settled down here, but I still see no sign of Erenville. Let's split up and look for him. Gululja, Sphene, please search in the settlement area. Meanwhile, the rest of us who can defend ourselves will head further out. Dumb robots. That was a close call. My thanks. As I was leading the soldiers away, I caught sight of this poor fellow being pursued. I went to help, but was rather out of my depths. You're lucky you found us when you did. Erenville, I'm so glad you're safe. We were quite worried when we couldn't find you. We encountered soldiers on the way here. Most paid us no mind, but some turned out to be hostile. There's no way to tell until they set on you. The ones here also attacked without any warning. If I hadn't been paying attention, it could have ended badly. Hopefully the others are able to escape. We should return to the outskirts and take stock.
Right. We're none the worse for the wear. But let's see what the situation is here.
Geode and his people came and joined us while we were searching for you. After which we happened to encounter Malachite. His usher duties brought him here, and he has quite the story to tell.
It's a bit puzzling, to say the least. Even so, I'll try my best to explain. I was called to attend to the unfortunate soul slain by the mechanical soldier. Yet, when I arrived, I found no body. Only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered.
Huh?
Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it.
How odd. Did they remember the victim at least?
They did. Their memories of the deceased weren't sent to the cloud, I don't believe. Yet, no body remained.
If someone took it, surely they would have been noticed.
With your permission, I shall return to the government sector for now. Please take care.
This is terrible. Why would they make the soldiers do this?
If preservation is behind the attacks, I fear this won't be the end of it.
All the Neo-regulators have been distributed, and potentially 5,000 Endless are about to be born. What does Calyx hope to achieve with these killings? Does he seek to frighten people into registering them? Or perhaps...
Ring, hello?
Oh, thank the 12 you answered. Shale told me what happened. Is everything all right? I see. 'Tis a relief to hear that Erenville is safe. Alas, I do not have good news to share in return. A driver lost control of his vehicle when its interface became unresponsive, and it crashed into the Nexus arcade, injuring several people.
Oh
Cryon
boy.
and I are helping to render aid, but with the Sentries behaving strangely, we can't afford to lower our guard.
I just received word from the backroom. A hover cargo on TrueView threw off its driver, and it's rampaging through the area as we speak.
Alphino had a similarly troubling report for me. Apparently, a riderless machine in the government sector came to life near a crowd clamoring for Neo-regulators. It proceeded to mow down several citizens, causing serious injuries.
This is a tragedy. We must go and help the people.
Sphene, wait! I'm coming with you!
Alphino is with Y'shtola, and he said they'll be all right. I'll go and see if other incidents have occurred elsewhere. From here, I'll head towards the quarry by way of the Drift Downs.
Certainly a lot of hover cargoes coming and going in those parts. I'll join you.
I shall remain here and speak further with the locals. I have company now, so you needn't worry about me.
Then let's return to Solution 9. If we hurry, we can catch up to Lamachi and Sphene.
Oh boy.
Sphene's gone on ahead. I leave her with you.
That was a cool transition. Yeah, kick some robot butt, my guy. Let's fucking go.
Bloody things have gone mad.
Why is this happening?
Surely there's a finite number of these things.
You would think.
Everyone, please try to remain calm and make your way to resolution.
This is just like before, when Zeralja unleashed the soldiers on us. I don't have any souls left. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Are you all...
No! No! Why did you do that? Why? You can't just leave me alone like this! If we had been endless, then you'd still be here. You'd still be with me. But now...
Are you all right?
So many hurt. So many dead. This is wrong. This is all wrong.
Thank the 12 you are all unharmed. 'Tis small solace amidst this tragedy, however. Machine rampage seems to have only been only temporary. Soldiers and vehicles alike ceased to operate all at once as if they had fulfilled their purpose. It's the same outside Everkeep. The members of Oblivion are keeping watch for good measure. The first attacks came shortly after the announcement that neo-regulators had run out. It can't have been a coincidence. I struggle to imagine that anyone but Calyx could gain control of the soldiers. This must have served his ends in some way. Gululja, are you still without your authority? It's fine now, I'm in control again. We might take the opportunity to shut down the machines. There's no guarantee this won't happen again. Lamati just talked with Everkeep's administrators about that. They said it wasn't so simple. The mechanical soldiers don't only serve as guards, they also perform various vital tasks, like providing medical treatment and managing food production. If we shut them down, we'd struggle to render aid to the citizens, let alone restore their lives to normal. I made it so they can't use weapons anymore, though. Hopefully that makes it a little safer. That seems to be the best approach for now. Thank you for your swift action, Gululja. This powerlessness, I can't abide it no longer. No matter how much hardship and loss we could endure if there was but happiness at the end. Yet all I see now is suffering and misery. And I cannot bear it. I want to protect the people. For their happiness, I would do anything and everything. So please, please lend me your aid. Oh, Sphene, you've found the words I wished you'd said back then. Our strength is yours, Sphene. Together, we'll get through this. Let us split up and get to work. Might I trouble you to report to Shale, my friend? So obviously we've got to do the 7.3 because I could not sit here with such a cliffhanger. Like, I need more. I need to see what happens next. So we're doing 7.3 today. This should potentially be the turn-in. It is perfect. It's been a trying day, but it seems the worst is behind us. What's the situation out there now? You've moved quickly to restore things to normal. Thank you. Yet while disarming the soldiers is indeed prudent, it is a far from comprehensive measure when vehicles can be commandeered to inflict damage and sow chaos. For the time being, I'll set our people to keeping a close watch on machines. I also have a mind to consult the authorities about enlisting hunters to our aid. I must regain my proficiency in magic. To that end, I shall seek advice from Y'shtola and Alisaie. Among the books we recovered from the castle was a grimoire I once used. I hope to learn to wield it again at everyone's side. As for the key, I think it best that it remains in your care, though it means you will bear the greatest risk. In order to ease your burden, I shall endeavor to become a capable warrior and make Otis and Zelenia proud. Oh boy.
By illness weakened, by wounds unmade, by age decayed.
And what are you doing, fuckstick?
Such fragile flesh is worthless to us. How mankind should evolve, shall evolve. I have already arrived at the answer.
Oh, I just realized this fucker looks like Zero, just male. Just a small Twinkie boy version of Xenos.
Is come
Zero.
To pose a new question.
Probably got a title from this. Usually there is. Okay, we're gonna take a little BRB break and then onwards with the story. Also, I need to amend the stream title. 7.2 in 10.3. Actually, I could do 7.2/.3. Here we go. So BRB, a few minutes, and then onwards with the story.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frog, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frog, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow. slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life?
Okie dokie. If you have a moment, Panifer, Geode wants to take stock of the current crisis. Oblivion may be lacking the finer details in certain areas, so we'd like you to lend your perspective to the conversation. Sorry to drag you into our meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threats Alexandria is facing right now. Not at all. Much has happened since the state funeral, and a clearer idea of where things stand would be beneficial for us as well. First things first then, let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation. Your vehicle suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls. And while these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in a considerable number of injuries and deaths. But you haven't heard anything about new incidents since then, right? Right. No additional reports have been logged as far as I know. That's the good news. The bad news is, I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I have the king's authority. Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons, but if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. The King of Resolve's authority is about the highest there is. Who is this man that can override with such impunity? Calyx. You lived in the age of the Storm Surge as I did. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancements in the electrope technology, and it was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years left to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion into an endless that he might continue his efforts into the present day. Preservation's early goal seemed noble enough. Exploring treatments for love and sickness, designing Everkeep's core system, that sort of thing. Why harm the people he was ostensibly trying to help? I do not pretend to fully understand Calyx's motivations, only that he appeared incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. He asserted that the strategy of adapting our species through generational succession was outdated, that evolution now requires us to forsake bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. We've already seen how he's employed the simulant to convince Alexandrians that endless conversion is their only hope for survival. Eternal life is assured for the 5,000 who register their neo-regulators. But this is merely one part of Calyx's greater plan. He wants the key to interdimensional fusion. With that relic in his possession, he will draw Aether from the reflections and expand his efforts to create Endless 1,000-fold. If we mean to foil Calyx's schemes, then our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down. Which, unfortunately, is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of Everkeep, but I failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Give me a little more time, though, and I'm sure I can sniff him out. Heyo, Sniffa. I'll help you. While Kolulja and Shale are working on that, I think I'm going to take a look around town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calyx. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen at any time, and I'd be glad to have some brawlers at my back. Count me in. Raha and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep, so shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? Sounds like a plan. Thanks, you two. I appreciate the company. I have to speak with the city's administrators about bringing in the Landsguard. I want our soldiers around to protect those who are moving to Tuliolal. Alphino and Alice will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover that sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join Pennifer's group, if you'll have me. Gladly. The more mouths to ask questions, the merrier, as long as you're aware of the dangers. Thank you. I'll do my best not to be a burden. I'm more worried about you, Geode. Don't do anything stupid. You'll change your tune once we get back with the goods on Calyx. Then the drinks are on you. Come on, let's continue this outside. Bleh. Sorry, I was off in my own little world. Shall we get started? Are you alright, Geode? Me? I'm well enough given the circumstances. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of death, and so they were for the longest time. Then, the moment mortality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life, they're greeted with an outbreak of bloody violence. Many are bound to give the endless alternative serious consideration. Indeed, and I do not blame them for that. It is only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way Calyx wields fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. No one, not Calyx, nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the specter of death. As one who lived as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices for this country's future back into the hands of its citizens. And you think we can handle that responsibility, after everything you've seen of us? It is what I've seen that has convinced me you can. I awoke 4 centuries later to find our people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it so. You all deserve to be happy. Well then, we'd best not let you down. Now, I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us. Oh, I believe someone came prepared for just such an eventuality. Is that the grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? Yes. My parents gifted it to me when I was a child. They were adamant that I should learn to protect the things important to me. I was fortunate enough to have a tutor in the arcane arts, so I lay claim to some small measure of skill. If that's the case, it might be better if we split into 2 groups after all. It would certainly be more efficient for information gathering. I guess that makes sense. The 2 of you can take the west side of the recreation zone then. Pennifer and I will take the east. Very well. We shall end our patrol in the plaza just past Trueview and await you there. Let's do the rounds then. We'll see what's what and chat to the people we meet along the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully that will earn us a tidbit or 2 we didn't know before. What has me in such a fine mood, you ask? Well, I've just registered my new regulator. I was leery of becoming nothing but memories at first, but now that I've gone through the registration, I've never felt more at ease. Also, once it was done, the regulator displayed the current numbers. Of the 5,000 slots available, over 3,800 have already been filled. So if you're still hesitant, you've not much time to make your mind up. Mark my words, friend. When there's only a few slots left, it's going to get very ugly. Boy, howdy. That's not gonna be fun. Are the sentries and air wheelers safe to be around now? I just know it's going to happen again, and maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. I need a Neo-Regulator. Becoming endless is the only way, even Queen Sphene said so. Ah, the memories. I used to drink around here all the time. I made sure not to overdo it when I had work the next day, but once we were past the busy season, or when the ladies weren't amenable to my company, well, you'd have to scrape me off the street outside in the morning or afternoon. The worst I ever got was on what should have been the worst day of my life. If only I could remember it. I was still wearing a regulator back then. It was also the day I first met Shale, although I guarantee she's forgotten it completely. She probably hasn't. You want to hear my story? While I appreciate you offering a sympathetic ear, there's not much to tell. If you must know, a good friend of mine died when those machines went crazy. His air wheeler dropped right out of the sky and he didn't survive the crash. Damn fool wasn't wearing a regulator. I know that's not so strange these days, but he never bothered with one. He was at peace with the idea of dying someday, and I thought that I thought I understood what that meant until it happened. Pennifer, a word? I feel like there was a new factor in these stories we've heard, one we hadn't considered during our discussion with everyone in the back room. That fights are likely to break out over the Neo-Regulators. The fact that nearly 4,000 people have registered is worthy of its own report, but are you sure there wasn't anything else? That a victim of the violence wasn't wearing a regulator. Yes, that's it. The vast majority of residents have always worn regulators, so it's not a detail we'd normally think about. With the supply of souls cut off, though, more and more people have been going without them. We need to look into the casualties from the recent attacks and check whether or not they were equipped with regulators. Let's ask around on the street over to the east. It was pretty chaotic at the time, but maybe we'll find eyewitnesses who can help us confirm if this was a pattern or not. Boy, this is a mess. This is a mess. Honestly, a mess and a half even. It was once my job to deliver goods by hover cargo. That's why I know a fair number of names and faces throughout the city. The little ones who'd jump for joy when I brought them packages. The old lady who'd always greet me with a smile. I'd hate for anything bad to happen to them. Hello, how are you today? Please let me know if I may be of service. Citywide casualty data unavailable. Government officials are currently processing reports from all affected zones. Can you narrow it down to the recreation zone then? You must have some estimates on hand. Recalibrating parameters. Injured, 87 individuals. Casualties, 19 individuals. Casualties equipped with regulators, 0. Well, that's a problem. That's a big problem. You wish to know if the people who died in the machine rampage were wearing regulators? I'm sorry, but I was assigned to clearing away debris. I didn't see any of the deceased. No bodies were present by the time I arrived, so I assumed the ushers had already done their work. I do remember there being patches of white dust scattered about that were quite a chore to clean up, but nothing else worthy of mention. Pennifer, I think it's time we rejoined Kryl and Sphene. I was half joking with my boast to Shale, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. We should share our findings and keep pursuing this avenue of inquiry. Didn't Kryl say to meet them in the plaza just outside of Trueview? Let's get going. Yeah, that's an absolute problem and a half. That everyone who died wasn't wearing a regulator. And that everyone who died turned into dust. Like, this isn't Undertale. You shouldn't turn into a pile of dust when you perish. So essentially, you're saying that the people who were killed by malfunctioning machines weren't wearing regulators? Well, the numbers are still tentative, but only apply to that one zone. We don't know how they'll stack up against the overall data, but this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who had removed their regulator was a priority target. Now that you mention it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. But why? Why are they being targeted over everyone else? Based solely on the lack of a Neo regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become endless, or if they simply fail to acquire one of the limited devices. But those who wear no regulator at all, they have clearly rejected the old system of using souls to revive themselves. Put another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. The chances that such resolute people would wish to become endless are far lower, I would imagine. And so Calyx has chosen those least likely to accept his vision as victims to stoke fear and panic. But there was no need to kill anyone. With the way things were, the people were already fearful enough. He could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all this madness. You make a good point. Perhaps this sowing of terror is in service to another scheme, or he had some other need for the lives he's taken. What of the dust found at various sites? Right, the sanitation worker's story. She saw no bodies but mentioned piles of white dust. Dust, but no bodies? Now where have I heard that before? Do you recall when we went to save Erenville from the sentries in the outskirts? That Usher Malachite told us much the same thing. When I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it. That both stories speak of missing remains is suspicious enough, but the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. In that case, we should confirm if this substance was present at other sites and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following this thread may lead us not only to an explanation for the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calyx's murderous actions. Ooh, ring ring hello. Hennifer, we need your help. I've lost control over the soldiers in the residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. Oblivion members are on their way now, but are you close enough to join them? Damn it. Our new investigation will have to wait. Let's go. Oh, this is fucked up. I don't like that it's walking backwards.
Stay back! Stay away from me!
Leave him alone.
I really don't like that it was walking backwards with its head turned around like an owl.
Are you alright?
What happened here?
A sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything. I managed to run, but the man who tried to save me...
No weapons, which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed. Yet it was ordered to attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
Do you know anyone else in this sector who no longer wears a regulator?
Oh, I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
Oh no.
Go to them, quickly!
Oh no.
Wayakwe!
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape. Mother! Mother, please!
Isadora! Oh, thank goodness. She wasn't struck anywhere vital.
I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
Thank you, miss.
Will she sleep like that forever?
No, not forever. She'll wake soon, I'm sure of it.
That's good to hear. Thank you for saving her.
Oh, this music. Forgive me, I was reckless. Shouldn't have had to waste time tending my wounds as well. Did you see our other comrade back there? He stayed behind in the lobby, but I heard sounds of fighting. I am sorry, he must have fallen protecting the residents. Our comrade, you think he may have been struck down? If he is wounded or worse, I should go to him. Wait, please. It isn't safe and you still need to rest. Would you stay with Milos and watch over Isidore for me? We will tend to your friend. Thank you. Please be careful yourself. Isidore is going to be alright then? I'm so glad. I've just finished my ministrations here. Our Oblivion comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. That brave soul. He gave his life to save another. He died protecting me. I don't understand why any of this is happening. That sentry was behaving normally, like any other, then all of a sudden it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Calyx commanded them to commit murder. Is it over? He came as soon as Ryakwe sent word. I am sorry. By the time we arrived, it was already too late. Then Geode could be in trouble too. Once we have this radius locked down, we need to find him. But why? Has something happened? Possibly. We're not sure what, but he stopped responding to our communications. We need to prioritize securing the residential sector, though, at least until we regain control over the sentries. And we should search for Geode. I agree. Since most Oblivion members have sworn off regulators, if our theory holds true, then they could be prime targets for our next attack. With the next attack. Please do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all costs. Our thanks. Here, take these communicators. We've made modifications to them to prevent Calyx from intercepting the signal, and have been using them to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity. Ryakwe has one too, so I'll ask her to keep hailing Geode. Good luck and stay safe. Geode said he would sweep the surrounding area, so he shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get going. You see no sign of Geode. Perhaps you should search further to the east. You see no sign of Geode. Ryakwe's voice crackles forth from the communicator. Geode, answer me! There is no response. Perhaps you should continue your search further to the east. Yeah, you know when this music starts playing that shit is going down. So this is the music that plays when there's a problem. You see no sign of Geode. The neighboring residential radius would be the next logical place to look.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please!
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, you're alive! Thank the gods! Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join it.
What the fuck?
That dust.
Dust? What are you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether. The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims. They must have modified the soul cells. Shit. Damn you! You can't be here! You need to run, now!
Oh, you motherfucker.
A trap!
You treacherous motherfucker.
Take care of the others, eh?
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe?
Geode!
You rancid motherfuckers, I'm gonna fuck you up.
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether. But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
You fucking cunt, you bitch bastard, I'm gonna fuck you up.
Calyx.
Calyx, you rancid cunt.
What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it?
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years.
You raggedy bitch.
Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to ether now?
Don't walk through his dust, you pieces of shit.
I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promised to halt my harvest?
Abso-fucking-lutely not. Fuck you. I will halt your harvest by defeating you.
It was foolish of me to even ask.
Yeah, fuckface.
I return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
Fuck you. Go suck a fucking dick in KYS in Minecraft. And I thought the base expansion had a hateable character. I really, really hate this motherfucker. This pile of dust, these ashes. And the soul cell he left behind, was that his twisted way of returning Geode to us? Damn you, Calyx. Damn you and your careless cruelty. He was our friend. Even so, some might say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 Endless could continue their immortal lives. And if a reflection stolen ether allowed for many more Endless, why, that too would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. Who could think that? Not I. Certainly not I. We know only too well, there is naught noble in this sacrifice. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to this madness as soon as possible. And under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession, Pannifer. It falls to us. We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents in reflections elsewhere. We should return to the back room. Shale and the others need to know what happened. Yes, I'll ask Byakuya to meet us there as well.
Our dear Geode.
The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
This isn't your fault, Gololja. The blame lies with Calyx, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy, living our lives? What does he even think life is? I'll never forgive Calyx for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him.
Wait, where are you going?
To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure Nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Thank you.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you. And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calyx is hiding. But not right now. We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh, Geode.
Another comrade gone. Some days is almost more than I can bear. Geode was... he was an older brother to Nostalgia and me. Shale knew him longer though, and is surely taking it the hardest. And that's on top of what happened with Kakiwa. Do you think you could check on her? See how she's doing? She'd like to put on a brave face if it's me or my sister. Apologies, my mind was elsewhere. We need to press on with the hunt for Calyx, but I can't seem to focus. I should be better than this, I know. As you said, you need time to work through it. You're right. I ought to heed my own words. As it stands, I'm of no use to anyone. Kakiwa used to say the best thing to do with grief was to let it all out. So I think I'll take myself over to Earth and Sky and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? I could use someone to blubber to if you've a shoulder to spare. Right then, let's get out of Everkeep for a bit. It's a fair trek on foot, so I've arranged for a couple of air wheelers. They've had their communications modules removed, so even Calyx shouldn't be able to seize control of them. Say the word and we'll set off. Ready? We'll be flying close to the pylons, so follow my lead. These air wheelers are Jinolt's babies. You won't find a smoother ride in all of Everkeep. I want one of these. These things are cool. For years now, I've been taking one out for a turn whenever I needed to lighten my mood. Sometimes Geode would come along too, and we'd end up racing. Does that surprise you? Our friendship always had a competitive edge. We would often talk about how, one day, we might fly our wheelers outside the dome. Almost there. Be sure the ground is clear before you touch down. Phew, that's helped clear my head a touch. You know, Pennifer, you might be the first person I've ridden with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. As far as I remember, at least, the memories from my regulator days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clear of pests today. Oh boy, pests. Well, I know what to do. That. Bop. Bop. That. And... okay, that's in cooldown. Thanks. We can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the only path. Not that it slowed you down at all. I've never seen you fight up close before, and the surveillance feed clearly didn't do it justice. Hopefully that keeps the route clear for a while, shall we?
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa. Will you raise a glass?
Oh! What are the two of you doing here?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I suppose I could spare a moment. They tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances. And it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization. You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to. That sort of thing.
Those were the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode. I still wore a regulator then. I'd recently lost someone close to me. I'd also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company. So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First-time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. Pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine. That was Kafkiwa, I take it.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause. It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas, and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents, those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
And carried onward by Shale and Geode.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided. Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared. I can see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence, and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this, and why I'll stay the course. Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
I appreciate you helping me through this. And not only the grief, you've helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realized, which only fuels my determination. I'll be spending every waking moment working to bring Calyx to account for his crimes. I'll do my part, then you do yours. Oblivion needs you. It's time I went back to locating Calyx's lair. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. I'll ask Kryl for help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were the first to break away from preservation and establish an organized resistance with Oblivion. There must be something in there that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans, Pannifer? Pannifer, is that you? Apologies for calling suddenly. I have been making the rounds in the outskirts, and I cannot help but feel as though something is amiss. Might I ask you to join me? Your perspective would be most appreciated. It can wait until you finish attending to Shale, of course. It seems your plans have been decided for you. Go on, I have others to speak with before I return to the back room. Which reminds me, the Backrooms movie comes out next month, and I am excited for that. That and the trailer, or the teaser trailer for Godzilla Minus Zero came out, and that one looks so good. It's like Backrooms on Godzilla Minus Zero, I'm absolutely gonna see in theaters. Pannifer, thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your worldly experience. Why is the music here so intense? Perhaps it is my imagination, but the townspeople appear to be acting oddly. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. As I am yet unfamiliar with the outskirts, I thought you might be better equipped to judge if the behavior is unusual or not. Would you speak with them and see what you think? Though I hope to be proven wrong, I fear something is not right here. Yeah, this music is way too intense. Greetings. I remember when you visited Queen Sphene. Come to check on her well-being, have you? Well, I can say that things are rather stressful out here as well. Without knowing if or when our machinery might turn murderous, the specter of death is ever present. People are terrified, and the clamor for neo-regulators has reached a fever pitch. I, personally, was fortunate to have claimed a new device early on, and have long since completed the registration. Death has no hold over me now. Now I must begin my prayers. The darkness grows closer, grows deeper, and we must cast it out. That's concerning. Not the mount I wanted my cat. Oh, please tell me you brought more neo-regulators. Officially, they've all been handed out already, but I've heard rumors there were a few left over. Surely the government still has some, or perhaps Queen Sphene? I may not look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then, I hardly gave death a second thought, but now that I know the truth, it's all I can think about. There has to be a way to hold on. There has to. You're not wearing a regulator. Don't you know the end is coming? Well, it's your life to lose. Me? I got myself one of those neo-regulators and registered it a little while ago. As soon as I did, a display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now it's sitting at 4,168. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? Seems the total shot up right after those machines malfunctions. It's only a matter of time before everyone's registered. I pity those who weren't chosen, but I'm going to be an endless. I'm going to revolve and live happily ever after. There's absolutely no happiness to be found in this, my guy. So, what do you think? Was I right to worry? Their fear is palpable. Yes, that is exactly it. The people are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear, and with each new registration, that fear inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into full-blown panic? Pennifer, can you come to a resolution? We have a problem. I'm already here with Lamati and Alphino. It sounds like she wants us there in a hurry. We should go. A cutscene? Or are we being teleported there? It's probably a cutscene.
What's happened? Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Death is your constant companion. Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn. Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail.
This is fucked up.
Be you stoic or generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning. The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Calyx.
There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity.
The fuck you will.
Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless.
Absolutely not.
Evolution's brilliance will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step. But this is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Val Wuklemat! You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliolal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us? Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more Neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion. No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tuliyola will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do? I am not their queen.
Calyx has access to the core system, which means that if he chooses to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. And even if it serves to allay their fears even a little, I beg you, Wuklemat, please let them shelter in Tuliyola. We will welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations and we will be able to pick up the pace once the Landsguard arrives. In which case, we had best spread out and keep an eye on the crowds. The mood is tense and we must prepare for possible violence. If you happen to determine where Calyx is hiding though, we'll be ready to move at a moment's notice. Surely we'll find a clue of some kind soon. He can't elude us forever. Violence and fear. This is not the future she envisioned for her nation. Uliola will gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. But what of the nation the late queen was so desperate to preserve? What of that bright haven of peace and laughter? Uklamat. I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria, and that was the promise I made here at the last. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt people's joy as our own, yet alone, we lacked the strength to protect them. There is so much that I love in this world, too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe, and that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear, so together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wish that we could have been friends. So when she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. In the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. I would be yours as well, Sphene. Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I'll come running to the rescue, and you do the same for me. That's how we'll protect the things we love. That's how we'll protect Alexandria. You're right. You're right. And don't forget about me. How could we? We'd not be where we are now without you. Right, we got a bit sidetracked there. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if Shale needs a hand? There you all are. Gululja. Ah, splendid. We were afraid we'd miss you. Alice and the others said you were here. Good news, Pennifer. We finally found a chink in Calix's armor. We discovered laboratories on Everkeep's 10th level that once housed the Preservation Initiative. Containment Complex 10-29, it's called, and it's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calix is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. I'm sorry it took so long just to get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we all go and check it out together? Thank you all for your hard work. This is a huge step forward. And up. We need to take the lift to get to the complex. I've cleared this expedition with the relevant authorities and have one of our people waiting to operate said lift. Let's not keep her waiting. Ready to head on up. Next stop, 10th level. This music is pretty. This is gorgeous music.
It's so dark I can barely see.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
You got the lights working!
And everything else.
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
Stale air.
Trial in Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was Preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in Everkeep, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
You are a treasure, Shale.
I can contribute precious little else, I'm afraid, but I appreciate your kind words. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx. We're more than happy to help, of course. But I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
It's highly likely, and personally I hope he does.
You all know our main objective. We're here to pick up Calyx's trail. And I've learned of a certain device that should help us do just that. I'll explain how as we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed in the director's office. Oh, as for what that might be, yes, this map matches my data. This room we're in is a researcher's commons located in the western side of the complex. The director's office is to the northeast of here. So we should cut across this circular chamber in the middle, yes? Yes, we should, but unfortunately for us, the interior is locked. We'll need a security key with the appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, it'll probably be a card of some kind. Can't you know, work some electrope magic? I'll try my best, but this type of lock is well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. And in case I can't, you might want to look around and see if anyone left a security card behind. Considering the state of the place, it does seem like they abandoned it in some haste. I shouldn't be surprised if we found one. Very well, let's get to searching, shall we? I expect we'll have the most luck looking where the researchers kept their personal belongings. You begin searching Containment Complex 10-29. Close cooperation will be necessary to overcome the obstacles barring your path forward. Helpful hints will appear in a different color. Pay close attention to the information provided by your comrade should you find yourself unable to proceed. Personal belongings would probably be a desk organizer or desk drawers. It's absolutely not the recycling bin. This appears to be the only desk with the drawers already open. You can tell at a glance that the desk's former owner has left some things behind. I'll look through it. You discover a card-shaped object. The electrope surface is marked with a bold level 1. Oh, could that be what we're looking for? Try it on the door and see if it opens. A scanning device. The card-shaped object you hold looks to be of a similar size to the scanner panel. Open the door. You hold the card-shaped object up to the scanner. It's open! You did it, Pennifer. And good thing too. I was getting nowhere with that outdated circuit. I am curious though, why would they abandon a facility like this? It was run by a Director Demetrius, or so that terminal there told me. Perhaps there are more answers to be had once we venture further inside. Then let's continue onwards. The door to the Director's office is across the central hub. Oh, see, I can do that, but I'm gonna detour first and see if there's anything else to look at. Data tablet. So I can go here, I can go south. South has 2 places. It appears to be a researcher's personal data tablet. Today I began my employment at Preservation. The organization was unfamiliar to me, but when the recruitment letter arrived, I had a gut feeling that this work could be far more fulfilling than any orthodox medical practice. My instincts were correct. Master Calix's philosophy is the refined ideal of notions I've only ever vaguely entertained. That mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of its flesh and blood existence. I had a meeting with Director Demetrius today. I've heard others praise his genius intellect, yet he seems but a guttering candle in comparison to Master Calix's blinding brilliance. This morning, I was permitted to access the top floor and observe the workings of living memory. As predicted, the shortage of ether required to sustain the Endless is reaching critical levels, yet Queen Sphene insists on continuing her ineffectual flailing. Our Milala colleagues, including the Protolab chief, have been behaving in a decidedly suspicious manner of late. Should I report my concerns to the director? From tomorrow, I have been assigned to assist with the research project in the Deutero Lab. We are scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which I have been kept ignorant. It would seem prudent to back up my memory data. Interesting. Let's see what there is to learn going southwards. Or I can't just yet. You hold the level 1 security card up, but the scanner beeps in disapproval. No good? Maybe we need a different card. Yes, the scanner is demanding a level 3 security clearance to open the lock. As much as the delay chafes me, we'll just have to comb through the nearby rooms and hope we stumble upon the card we need. Let's start our search in the Protolab. That door's already open at least. We will find a way together. Or we will find a way through together, Shale. I'm sure of it. Okay, so I kinda didn't need to detour. I was going there anyway. So something tells me I need to find a level 2 card to go south to find a level 3 card. Which feels like Resident Evil, honestly. How you get a level 1 access badge in Resident Evil 2, and then you have to find the level 2, and then the level 3, and then the 4. The way this room is set up, the canister inserted into that large device looks to be a soul cell. Could this be where they conducted their experiments to create Endless? But we could probably spend days investigating this complex. Finding a way into the director's office must take precedence. Speaking of which, Gululja mentioned a locker over in the corner that he couldn't open. Perhaps you could take a look? The locker door is shut tight, but the number pad suggests that inputting the correct combination will open it. You have yet to uncover any potential combinations. Perhaps speaking with your comrades will help progress your investigation. Well, of course I'm not gonna put a combination in. I dug through this data tablet and found a journal. I'll read it to you. The results of Experiment 158 show a marked improvement in aether extraction rates. At last, we have achieved the target value set by Master Calyx. Though I will become endless as per our Ascendancy protocols, I will preserve this historic number along with my few remaining worldly effects. Preserve the number. Well, it's probably 158, but I might as well talk to everyone else. These notes seem to be about the research they did here. Let's take a look. Experiment 148. Submitting inference candidate 201930 to be considered for efficiency procedure review. Experiment 158. Maximum value of 11509 recorded. Comparative study to be included in the report. Alright then. Oh, and one more. Experiment 163. New proposal produced a result of 9834. Decreased value verified. Well, I have no idea what any of that means. Maybe it will make sense later on. I have no clue what any of that means either. I just know 158's recurring. Please excuse my impatience. The means to track down Calyx are close and I'm itching to get my hands on them. Okay, you don't have any info for me. Maybe Sphene and Kryl? It all looks so complicated. I shall have to ask Cheryl to teach me how to use these machines. The machine feeds into a soul cell. I am reminded of my imprisonment by the Empire. Surely this device wasn't made to hold people. I'm gonna put in 158. Because all of the other numbers seemed silly. Select the number keys on the pad to input a combination, enter up to 5 digits, and press the confirm key. You have entered 158 on the number pad. Could this be the right combination? Okay, so 158 is the relevant experiment. 11509. Let's try that. It is neat that we have a little input a password minigame for the first time ever. 11509. There we go. Yippee! The locker pops open. Inside you discover a level... This really does feel like Resident Evil right now. Like, this is some Resident Evil nonsense. Putting in a passcode, opening a locker, and getting something important. Pennifer, you got the locker open. And you found another security card. Oh, but does that say level 2? We needed a level 3, didn't we? Yes, but it should still open more doors for us to explore. You did well, Panifer. Yay! Praise. These preservation members led such surprisingly normal lives. Leaving notes, losing their cards. I guess I imagined they'd be more, what's the word, bloodless? Mechanical? My parents were once part of preservation, if you'll recall. It would seem the researchers who agreed with Calyx and his philosophy underwent the conversion to endless entities. But I assume those who could not or would not eventually left the organization altogether. Oh, I almost forgot. The researchers kept journals in their data tablets. The one I read doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex, and afterwards, it was decided that everyone would become endless. The writer was really happy about this. You can tell how much they admired Calyx and his work. The entries ended after that, but maybe you can read more in the other tablet there. Right, let's move this investigation to another room. Okay, I already read the tablet. Well, we have the Deutero Lab and the maintenance facilities left to search. Both are accessed via the southeast corridor. So it's back to the hub and the locked door across the way, which will hopefully yield before a new security card. I'll take the old one if you like. I doubt we'll have any more use for it. This really does feel like one of the Resident Evil remake games. Like, especially 2 Remake, when you get to Umbrella Labs and you're spending all that time exploring, finding a new... finding more or better key access cards to get further through. Yes, it opened. So, where should we go first? The Deutero Lab or facilities? Let's start with the lab. I am impressed that they managed to incorporate some Resident Evil 2 remake style stuff with this. Shale. There doesn't seem to be any power here. No, none at all. It's possible the energy supply for this room is on a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency for opening the door. Look here. There's a sign above the card scanner. In case of emergency, backup power can be rerouted from facilities. The facilities room is down the other branch of this corridor. Let's see about getting the power restored to the Deutero Lab, shall we? This is also some Resident Evil shenanigans. Finding key items you need to do things, to restore power and stuff. Oh, this looks like a puzzle. It looks like re-rotates this to make everything connect. Well, this'll be fun. I do appreciate that they're getting creative. They're actually making creative little mini-games to do. Engaging power supply. No good. It's returning an error. There must be a preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, if the power supply has been interrupted for an extended period of time, then we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. Shale, that's the emergency generator over there, isn't it? Yes, and by the looks of it, it's the same model as the one used in Heritage Found. But how does it send power to the other lab? Ah, I see. The energy cable attached to the base of this terminal leads down the hall directly to the Deutero Lab. Which means we need a way to connect the generator to that cable. What about these patterns on the floor? Could this be the circuit we need to reconfigure? I believe you have the right of it. Using the control panel set onto each of the tiles, we create an unbroken path for the power to follow. What I wouldn't give for an instruction manual. Indeed. If you could look around for any written procedures, I'll keep digging through the terminal's directories. Might I also ask someone to operate the generator? I can do it. I've used that type of machine before. Then would you be willing to try and reconfigure the circuit path, Pennifer? The rest of us can help by supplying Pennifer with whatever information might be found on the circuitry configuration. Though this honestly looks like it'll probably be easy. Oh, okay, so you don't turn it. You set a pattern, and the pattern determines the shape of where the power comes from. So this one needs to be a diamond. This one needs to be a circle. That connects. I mean, that is in... Oh, no, wait. Okay, so that has to connect. So that's... square. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's connected to that, connected to that, connected to that. And then I need to make this... perfect! You have connected all the circuits. Inform your comrades of the successful reconfiguration. Yippee! Fun mini-games. I had to think a little. It worked! We did it, Pennifer. The Deutero Lab should now be fully powered. Well done, everyone. If I may, Shale, could we access a certain data log before moving on? I was checking the storage cells and one of the labels caught my eye. Preservation, the early days is the title. Of course, it'll only take a moment to bring up the contents. It looks to be a text-based account. I'll read it out. Preservation, an Alexandrian Institute for Technological Development, was founded by Calyx, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the Storm Surge, with Calyx's designs for new defensive solutions funded in large part by the Treasury. As the conflict grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calyx funneled Preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the Storm Surge came to an end, with Calyx eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. So this account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. I met him only once, before the Storm Surge began. I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Calyx could not have been more than 10 years of age and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness. Yet, still, he published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now, I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. So it was that when war came to our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to this somber youth and his proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by my sudden succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me reports on endless research and other less urgent matters. Howdy, howdy, hun. Welcome, welcome. It's going pretty good. We finished up the first patch we were doing and decided to do this next one. So you had no way of knowing what kind of person Calyx was changing into. Did he change? I wonder. Perhaps he has ever been the type to value ideals over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, but is still driven by those same deeply held beliefs that morality is cruel and unjust. No, that mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from this fate. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? If I've done my job correctly, the door to the Deutero lab should be accessible now. I'll give everything a once-over just to be sure. Yeah, it was about time that I got around to updating those emotes. I still have a few I need to update, but most of them are now updated. But yeah, this quest has been interesting. It has had some Resident Evil 2 remake style minigames in it. The energy current seems stable enough. Still, you should let me handle this one. Security card, if you please. Oh, and a quick prayer that a shorted wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. So let's see, how many quests do we have left? 5 quests in a dungeon and... well, at least a dungeon and 5 quests. Right, I'll get this door open. Smooth as silk. Let's head inside and see what awaits. Gods above, isn't that... the key to interdimensional fusion? That looks to be a schematic on the monitor. And they've used it to make another key, but isn't it missing the shard inside like the one Pennifer has? Ah, we may have been laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a Malala relic. Once this treasure came into its possession, Preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see that all the vessel's components were constructed here, so what might that tell us? This is just the device they made to control it. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. It is as my parents explained. The key remains shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with Electrope, but never grasped the technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion. Not who imbued the key with its power, not when they did so, nor why. Now it makes sense. Calyx can track the key because its vessel was made by Preservation. I believe there is much we may learn in this room. On our next visit, I will have to enlist Y'shtola's assistance for a thorough investigation. I too am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Calyx's whereabouts is our priority. Hopefully there is a security card here that grants access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons, and that means higher security clearance. We should spread out and look for any cards they left behind. Remember, anything less than a level 3 is no good to us. Yeah, even this part is Resident Evil 2 Remake. looking for a higher security clearance to do things. This lone storage crate is filled with document binders and other miscellaneous objects, none of which are security cards. This sturdy-looking shelving unit holds a storage crate and sealed barrels, no sign of any security cards. Well, then it's obviously this. You find a security card in the cabinet drawer. Oh, did you just find a security card? Well, that's a stroke of luck. Let's have Shale examine it to be sure. Well, well, if it isn't exactly what we needed. Nice work, Panifer. Oh, level 3. That should get us into the director's office. So what was it you were hoping to find in there again, Shale? You were saying that a certain device was going to help us. Right. I haven't properly explained myself, have I? I'm looking for a data relay. After we discovered this ostensibly abandoned complex, I performed a cursory investigation which directed a connection to an outside network. When I traced the data's routing, I confirmed traffic from a web of Everkeep security cameras. Considering the White Calyx is always one step ahead of us, we must assume that he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system and has been using it to monitor our activities. To monitor what you, as the key holder, are planning. But since Calyx is the ultimate recipient of the transmissions, the flow of data is like a river that we can follow back to him. Which is why I need the data relay. If I can analyze the device and see where it's rerouting all this surveillance traffic, then you can pinpoint Calyx's position. That said, he has done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be on entirely the wrong track. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't? Back in the old castle, Calyx said he was measuring Penifer's strength. What can he possibly dream up that's stronger than her? Oh, speaking of cameras, there was another thing I meant to mention. I found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data, though, if you'd like to see it. I'll start the show, then. This should be interesting.
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me. I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calyx's vision.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject. But I cannot. He and I are too different, in too many ways. I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness, threatening to cut my life short. No singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research. I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Protocol, you understand. There can be no exceptions.
He only wanted to leave and he executed her. I checked the images against the personnel data, and the man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Calyx. The cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since the incident. Given that the recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. I am not surprised, given how my parents described their defection from the Institute. They spoke of rushing me through a portal, even as Preservation's agents closed in on them. I dared not ask what became of them after that, but if it turns out they were captured by their pursuers... They did not regret their actions. Right. The Echo. Knowing you saw them as they were, your words give me great comfort. Oh, Krile. Worry not, Sphene. Thanks to the Haven of Living Memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and Preservation. But what we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movements. They made sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Right, let's press on, shall we? This tale behind the key deserves a fitting conclusion. To the Director's office. You hold the level 3 security card up to the scanner. There we go. Let's head inside. Now to find that data relay. And don't be shy, everyone. Speak up if anything odd catches your eye. Hennifer, come with me. I might have needed that security card. Damn. This terminal isn't connected to any outside network, so it can't be the data relay I'm looking for. This office is also smaller than the map suggested. I'm positive we're in the right room. What am I missing? Sorry, Pennifer, could I ask you and the others to search the office for any clues to this infuriating puzzle? That's a drink station, that's a cluttered side table, soul cells, shelves. Okay, I have to look at all of it. The collection of soul cells may have once belonged to the director. They appear to be empty. You find a crumpled note wedged between the file binders. Secure room lift access. Requires passwords to be input simultaneously at terminals in the Proto Lab, the Deutero Lab, and the Director's office. Amongst other personal effects, you find what is presumably the Director's data tablet. A closed locker stands next to the table. You pick up the data tablet and begin skimming through the contents. Nothing of note. The mystery of the key's activation condition remains unsolved. The key triggered an explosion today. Temporary interdimensional portal verified. Continue attempts to stabilize the core's energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion. Memory faculties of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for endless conversion. Remaining 9 designated for Aether reclamation processing. Nothing of note. Rejected resignations of two Malala researchers. Major incident. Details in full report. Those 2 inept Malala broke with preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calyx as physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment in me. Complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to Aether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subject to Master Calyx's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I will proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition. Whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise, it must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calyx requires. To that end, facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Having lain dormant for years, the now active coffee maker has already entered a self-cleaning cycle. It appears to have no other purpose beyond brewing coffee, though it remains to be seen when it will be able to do so once more. Have you found something? Thank you. A misplaced note, was it? I have indeed found the most something to ever something. With instructions for accessing a secure route, no less. Seems we need to enter a password on 3 different terminals at the same time. There was no such room marked on the map, was there? No. A precautionary measure, no doubt. And if passwords are involved, I expect the access lift itself is concealed too. Concealed? By Electrope, you mean? Ah, could it be that wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past. Remember what Kakiwa used to say, Shale? Never trust an Electrope surface. You can pass right through Electrope. Truly, it never had that property in my time. Pennifer's having a little fun, I think. What we mean is, Electrope can can project a false appearance. Hee. In which case, it shouldn't be too hard to disable. Another door. I managed to deactivate the projection, but the lock is another story. Didn't that note lay out the password protocol? I say we go ahead and try it. Two people should... I agree. Two people should prepare the lab terminals for input, while the rest of us look for passwords here in the office. I'll take the Proto Lab. And I'll take the Deutero Lab. Actually, it might be better if you stayed, Sphene. Your knowledge of Alexandria and its people could be needed here. Yes, you're right. If the passwords are hiding behind clues, that may be something I can help with. I can help too. I've lived my whole life in Alexandria after all. I will take Deutero Lab duty, then. We can keep in touch via communicator to match our timing. Panifer, you shall have the honor of entering the office password. Once we've determined what we need to input, take your plates at this terminal. I'll stand by to guide Wuk-Lamat and Kryl through the process. You know, there was a display plate over here. The one with the gems? I thought since it was made of electrope, it might have some other purpose. But I couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you could figure it out. It is missing a gem. Two jewels are embedded in this electrope plate. You identify the blue gem as a sapphire and the red gem as a garnet. There also appears to be an empty slot for another jewel to fill. Sapphire, garnet, and emerald, I would surmise? Because I never opened the locker. I just looked at the data tablet. Door to the locker swings open easily. What the fuck? It contains nothing of note. You quietly shut the locker door. Damn straight it contains nothing of note. Chat, we're going to pretend we never saw anything at all. That didn't happen, we didn't see anything. I don't know what you're talking about. That locker is empty. Exactly. So what? Oh, that's gotta be an emerald. Not that I know where a gem is. I kept searching the drawers with the books and found a cute puzzle made of electrope. It's probably just a toy, but maybe? You got it. Let's see, if I move this bit, then connect this circuit to that one. There. There was something inside. Oh, it's a pretty green stone. I think it might be Alexandrite. They say these gems were so treasured in the past that they named the kingdom after them. Here, you should hold on to this one just in case. Okay, so it's not an emerald, it is an Alexandrite. Which would then fit here. And I think that's the password. The gemstone fits snugly into place. Almost immediately afterwards, the glowing lines of a diagram appear on the display accompanied by a short phrase. A floor plan of the complex. As you continue studying the display, you realize that these shapes correspond to the rooms of the complex in which you now stand. This may be related to the password you were looking for. Sapphire, garnet, and Alexandrite. The glowing words appear to be handwritten. Yes, I knew that jewel would come in handy. Let me see. Heed the stones. This must be about the special meanings Alexandrians have for gems. It's an old belief, I think, where each type of gem means something different. I bet if you ask Sphene, she could tell you more about it. After all, even her name comes from a gemstone. This slot contains a garnet. Its place in the floor plan corresponds to the Deutero lab. This slot contains a sapphire. Its place in the floor plan corresponds to the Proto lab. This slot contains an alexandrite. Its place in the floor plan corresponds to the director's office. Yes, if you have questions, you need only ask. Well, I was taught that alexandrite represents the concept of protection. It is, incidentally, also the origin of Alexandria's name. Oh, are you thinking this has something to do with the passwords? A sapphire and a garnet as well, you say? Yes, they all have meanings. Alexandrite, as I said, is protection. Sapphire represents honesty, and garnet symbolizes devotion. We should try these words at the terminals and see if they're accepted. I certainly hope we're right. You have gathered enough information to attempt entering the passwords. We're all set to go here. Wuk-Lamat and Krile are just waiting on their passwords. Right, we have all 3 passwords ready, now to enter them into the system at the same time. Okay, so I got them backwards. Okay, so Wuk-Lamat's is honesty, Krile's is devotion, ours is protection. Yes. Oh, I'm so glad that worked. That secure room is the only place we've yet to search. If the data relay is anywhere, it has to be there. We will venture in as soon as Wuk-Lamat and Krile rejoin us. Alright, everyone. Time to board the lift and see what awaits us.
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
It is. But whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only 2 methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in Living Memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
Computer.
The endless are memories, and if memories are data, then...
Oh, okay, so they're in a VR chat. Yeah, they're literally in a VR chat. In a world formed of data.
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electrope-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Okay, so Final Fantasy has a VR chat in it, hell yeah.
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso Terminal.
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in living memory.
You did, and Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso Terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Sphyn's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect the sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the Meso Terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the Source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited Living Memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the Keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
Quick BRB chat.
Putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Frogs, friggin' frogs! I don't like a frog! Gay, friggin' frogs! Frogs! Friggin' frog crap! Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny! I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs! I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog.
Time's up, and what a waste of time it's been.
Thank you, thank you.
Hoping to find me by tracing security data? That will not be necessary. Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you. Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait, and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
You pour salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part. As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories had become one with the Terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine. Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key. I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me? Sorry for losing my temper. But there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx. Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
He's wrong if he thinks he's taken our measure. Absolutely.
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. On behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
Phew. Well, that was an adventure. It may not have been by the method Shale was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. Indeed. While I remain curious about Preservation's research into the key, that is an investigation for another day. And let's head straight to the back room. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. Damn, that bastard Calyx. He waited until I was this close before snatching away my moment of triumph. And that infuriating, condescending way he spoke to us. We'll see whose time is up, you smug little weasel. Anyway, I know things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about Preservation. That knowledge could come in handy in the days to come. Though I may not be able to contribute much to a direct confrontation, I mean to see this through with you all, providing whatever support I can. Pennifer, we've briefed Erenville on everything that has happened and sent word to the others. We've now but to consider what our next actions will be. Calyx has offered you the opportunity to confront him directly. And though it feels much like striding face first into an ambush, we have little choice. If we are to destroy the memories he supposedly has stored in the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal, then that is where we must go. While I'm still upset at being deprived of my moment, I nevertheless did my due diligence. I can confirm that the relay we found was indeed transmitting surveillance data to a device somewhere in living memory. When you go to fight Calyx, pray let me fight alongside you. Let me fight for the memory of Otis and Zelinia, and for the other Sphene I may have become, but most importantly, for my beloved kingdom and a joyful tomorrow. It has always been your fight as much as ours, if not more. Thank you for understanding what this means to me. I'll be coming with you as well. You know my reasons. It hardly needs saying, but your fellow Scions also have every intention of accompanying you into battle. So adamant were Alisaie and the others on this point that they have already left for living memory. I am more than ready to do the same. I'll keep patrolling the streets for signs of trouble, especially from anyone wearing Neo-regulators. Should you need anything from me, I'll be on standby here in the back room. I really want to go with you too, but I know I can't. I know that sometimes you have to be patient and trust in your friends. Oh, Pennifer. Krile and I think that we should talk to Ghassan before we leave for living memory. Under Calyx's direction, Preservation has helped shape Alexandria's society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences, and we need to warn the officials in charge about what we intend. Justifications aside, we shall be acting against the wishes of all who desire to become endless. Exactly. We don't know if Ghassan will approve or oppose our chosen course, but either way, leaving without a word is the wrong thing to do. Come, we should be on our way. Resolution first, yes? Be safe, everyone. We'll see you when it's over. Right, here's the exit. So as the game typically does, the 0.3 patch, which we're on for this expansion, is the end. So the first 3 post patches, 0.1, 0.2, and 0.3, continue the story of the base expansion and resolve any lingering plot points. So we are in these last, I think 4 quests. I can check real quick. Yeah, these last 4 quests will finish up the base story of Dawntrail, and then patch 7.4 and 7.5 set up the next expansion. 7.4 is currently out, which we're going to be doing Monday, and then on the 28th, 7.5 releases, but that's a Tuesday, so that Wednesday we are going to do 7.5. Brand new content.
I see. A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not Preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calyx.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option. And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating endless will, paradoxically, make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
We stop begging others to teach us for a start. For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts. Even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss. We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them. The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians of old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
What are you all doing here?
Malachite called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis. You don't stand idly by while your house burns down.
True.
We came together and thought about how we could help.
Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion.
Hell yeah.
I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer. Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossen, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence. Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them. Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Indeed it is. No, that wasn't... what I meant to say was...
Calm down, Sphene.
Lametier, you used her name.
Well, the secret's out.
The perfect resemblance to our beloved Queen Sphene has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her. Having to live in secret, unable to share who you really are, that must have been hard on you. When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same. You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
I promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
Everyone was so warm and welcoming. Alexandrians are, as ever, a stalwart people. How glad I am to be home. Thank you, Kasan. That decision must have been difficult to make. If only I could claim the courage to do so came from within. The final push came from Alexandria's citizens and their bravery in taking the first step towards change. Speaking of which, can I ask you to lock that Neo regulator away where no one can get to it? That should prevent the registrations from reaching the target number. I should be glad to do so, but I fear it would be to no avail. According to our most recent surveys, the number of Neo regulators in circulation exceeds the stated 5,000. I surmise the surplus units are to account for those like myself who have had a change of heart or are otherwise hesitant to register. That does sound like something Calyx would do. Well, we'll have to face him either way, so no point in delaying the inevitable. On to living memory.
Things seem much the same.
Oh, this music is getting intense in a good way.
So listen, you have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
And away we go. Oh, that must be that's another player. Someone else is doing 7.32, it looks like. So let's see, if we turn this in, we have 3 quests. We could probably be done by the time it's been 8 hours of streaming. We're making good time. 'Tis good to see our comrades hale and girded for battle. As for us, we've been ahead to inspect the lay of the land. There were no changes of note aside from within the Maesel terminal itself. Why? What's happened to the Maesel terminal? The wall has receded to provide a convenient entrance into the structure's interior. There was no such ingress when last we were here, so we must assume that Calyx has since manipulated the terminal's electrope. All to facilitate his most gracious invitation to the upper levels. An invitation I am eager to accept. For the sake of all who love Alexandria, I will not yield nor leave them to despair. Yep, I am currently nibbling on a little bit of food now, and I have had some Sipipi. I believe everyone determined to be here is present and accounted for. Shall we make our way to the terminal? We wouldn't wish to keep our insistent host waiting. That person's running. They could... Don't they realize they can mount up? Well, here we are again, facing another battle to decide Alexandria's fate. For 4 centuries I slept here. Upon awakening, I found the world as I knew it had changed. I was so frightened at first, I couldn't recognize a single thing, and thought everything I loved had gone to dust. Yet beneath the unfamiliar surface, much remained the same. For that, I give thanks to Otis and Zelenia and their royal knights, who lay their lives on the line to defend our way of life. I thank every Alexandrian who believed in our future and passed on our legacy. I thank my other self, who so loved this kingdom of ours. And I thank you all for kindling this hope in my heart, this courage to take up in arms and fight once more. So let us make our stand together and fight for what we hold dear. Howdy, howdy, Jade. Welcome, welcome. The kind and gentle Queen Sphene was too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more. Freed from conscience, I shall become a ruler that can protect Alexandria, a devourer of worlds. Together we stand, together we fight. You have my gratitude, and surely Otis and Zelenia will join us in spirit. Let's head inside and finish this. In the upper reaches of this terminal awaits the device which holds Calyx's memories. It falls to us to make the climb and destroy it once and for all. We must bring matters to a definitive end. We will not suffer him to cause Alexandria further harm nor claim the key. The Queen entrusted it to Pennifer for good reason, and besides, 'twould be a tragedy indeed to relinquish a relic with so much research potential. Apparently, Calyx thinks he's taken your measure. I urge you to correct that misguided assumption. I wholeheartedly concur, yet would still counsel caution. That he would be so bold as to extend us an invitation bespeaks tremendous confidence in his preparations. Come, friends, we set forth into the midst of dreaming endless. The Meso Terminal now accessible. Let's go. God, this music is so good. Well, while we wait for the dungeon queue to pop, I can nibble on a little more food. The lights of living memory no longer shine, and the Meso terminal at its center stands silent amidst the wistful echoes of lives once lived. A monument to the existence of the Alexandrian people, as well as a resting place for their memories. It is within this soaring spire that Calyx maintains his stronghold. The self-proclaimed architect of mankind's evolution has invited you to confront him in the upper reaches of the terminal. An invitation you must accept, lest its atrocities continue to escalate. Step into the structure's glowing interior and begin your weary ascent through the midst of the dreaming endless. I probably can't. Yep, I figured I couldn't. I mean, I've used this outfit through the post patches. This will be my complete the post expansion outfit because it's still a good outfit. But I really do want them to give us Sphinx outfit. Like, those shorts are so cute and they have pockets. Girl pants don't have pockets in real life. Like, somebody at some point just decided, oh, girls don't deserve pockets, and it's a crime. Because these shorts are so cute. Like, they've got, like, they're tattered at the legs. They've got pockets. Like, you can see the pockets hanging down in the back. The leggings that go with them, it's such a good outfit. I want them to give it to us eventually. Like, even if they just add it to the online store eventually, I would gladly buy it because it's so good. And that top, like the tunic with the jacket with the hood, it's so good. Those boots too are cute. I need this in game and in real life as well. I would absolutely wear this in real life. It is such a cute outfit. Which reminds me, when Offkai comes around, I definitely need to pick up some more shorts and stuff. Leggings too, honestly, because I could rock shorts and leggings at Offkai. Or shorts and thick tights. Because that's a really good outfit. Because, yeah, I know, like, San Jose is going to be warm, but... Ooh, let's go. Q-popped. Let it ride. Bam, 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 bam. Is this what it's like to be inside a computer? Because this kind of looks like the inside of a computer.
Ah, you've come. I'll begin by wearing you down.
You can try. Hammer. Hammer. Oh, I seem to have pulled aggro. Anyway, hammer. Hammer. Oh, no hammer, just AoE.
I've created new Endless for you. Not all are warriors, but they will follow orders. Kill and survive and so forth. Here, I shall prepare the stage for battle.
God, this guy is so monotone in his speaking. It's pain. Yeah, I know, right? I thought this was Final Fantasy, not Tron. Anywho, hammer. Hammer. Bip.
The memories of a physician, one who saves lives, should be reluctant to die.
Hammer. And a 1, and a 2, and a 3. Boom. Well, that's unfortunate. How am I supposed to predict things now? Crud. Okay, I'll just stand right here and hope this works. But yeah, this is a cool fight.
Oh, you've overburdened the system. No matter, it served its purpose.
Oh, none of this is diable, so that's kind of lame. Pop. And hammer. Hammer. Hammer.
Next, we visit a prison of sinister repute. I need not compel them to fight.
What, you're putting me in gay baby jail? That's lame. Or sending us to jail of some sort. I don't want to go to jail. I'm a good cat.
These are loyal executioners. They shall deal appropriately with criminals. Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it?
Yeah, defy this panscram.
Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Oh god, you fucked up my... I was going to do something cool. You fucked up my rotation. Yeah, I know. I got back here, fucker. You wanna go? Let's go. This is a cool fight, though, that we're all equally just fighting a separate boss. That fight was cool, but it is not friendly to casters.
I bid you continue on.
Healing, aiming. We cannot use any of that. Hammer.
Memories from an age rife with death. The desperation will serve well. The enemy is at the gate. To arms, good soldiers, protect your kingdom.
Hammer.
Very well. If one by one they fall, I'll send them all as one. Recall the anguish you felt when you faced death, and rise. Rise to defend your nation, your people, and your loved ones. Rise and meet the foe before you. An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares. It is the midst of the storm surge. Countless lives are lost in a senseless conflict. War swells in scope and intensity. Bombs rain down without pause or mercy.
Ooh, that hurt.
The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash. Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
Pain. Hammer. 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 That was a fun dungeon. I died quite a bit, but still. Hey, I got the casting pants. Not that I really was looking for it, but still. Not bad pants.
Sphene?
The Endless he sent against us. They were from the time of the storm surge, before I was placed into stasis.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calix's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
Calix, how long have you pursued this madness?
We seem to have exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on.
Calix!
Well done. I commend your perseverance. The entirety of my memories are stored within this device. In the early stages of Endless Creation, we established several core tenets. One is a prohibition on memory duplication. Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self and should not be diluted. We each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key. Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
Do not doubt that we are here to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask, why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do. What other reason do I require? Surely you have seen it. Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order. This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. Physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential. Why then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat? I realized it was past time that we corrected our heading. Nothing more.
Even then, you were always so single-minded.
I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it. I won't let you harm another Alexandrian.
Then fight we must. Thankfully, the entity I now summon will make short work of you and your comrades.
Fuck it will.
A summoning.
What now? What was that? A chill? No, something else. I feel so cold. So weak.
Across Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold. The fear of death. Terror for the eternal darkness that will, without fail, engulf the lives of every living thing. Allow me to introduce it to you.
I got it! I got one! $4,999! That's how many people he said they were up to! I made it just in time. Now to register.
Oh no.
Death can't touch me now. I'm free of all that crushing fear. Forever.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a Neo-Regulator. We have reached our total of 5,000 registered users. The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
Give it back! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You think that's what I want?
That's not right.
Remember your fear of dying. That terror will carry you across the threshold. Make of you an endless. Your prayers will birth a miracle which commands death itself.
Oh boy.
What in the...
Oh no. They are summoning a primal.
What's going on?
Shit's about to get real nasty, my guy. Yeah, run. You should run. Very fast and as far away as you can. Because they're summoning a primal. And that is fucked up.
Securing the requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory. Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer. Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty.
The fuck it will.
To that end, I set strict parameters for a concept of my own design. It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had, but I managed it in the end. And now, everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth.
What is that?
A primal summoning, and one defined by a concept, no less. How did he learn such techniques? Keep these close.
That is a false deity, brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful. The talismans will protect your minds from being enthralled.
Do you still mean to stand against me?
Yeah, 'cause fuck you. I mean to win. The key will never be yours.
That remains to be seen.
The Ageless Necropolis. During this quest, anyone using the duty support system, you have the opportunity to undertake this trial with a party of NPC companions. Well, obviously I gotta do this with NPCs. But first I need to BRB, but instead of going to BRB, I am just going to get up and let the VTuber model's AFK animation go into play. I will be back shortly. Let's rock and roll. Oh, thank you, thank you. Grasping Eternity, Necron.
Those who obstruct evolution shall suffer the rotting fate of all flesh. You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you. Drag them to their graves. There.
Hammer.
Do you not see? Death is upon you. Perhaps this. Kill them.
Are you all right?
Bothersome. Kill them. Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
Something special for you.
I will reduce you to ether. You will die for me now.
Take this!
Hammer. I hate that these are icy hands, like they're dead.
Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit. The endless darkness engulfs you.
Oh, I have to... Well, there goes the rest of my raid buff.
Still alive. But there are ways to change that. There. Those who do not resist death deserve it.
Try this!
I am prepared for you. Kill them.
Oh, you suck.
Fight, if you must. There. You struggle in vain.
Try this! I have you now.
Once the terror takes root, it will only continue to grow.
Techniques of the royal family.
Kill them. Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
You underestimate me.
I will reduce you to ether.
Away with you!
Those who do not resist death deserve it. prepared for you. Kill them.
Motherfucker. You motherfucker.
You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you. Drag them to their graves. There. Do you not see? Death is upon you. Perhaps this. Kill them. Bothersome. Kill them.
Hold still.
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
Okay, I'm learning.
I will reduce you to ether.
You can try.
Are you all right?
You will die for me now.
No, I don't think I will.
Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit. The endless darkness engulfs you.
Hammer. Whee! Hammer.
Still alive. But there are ways to change that. There. Those who do not resist death deserve it. I am prepared for you.
Take this!
Kill them. Fight, if you must. There. You struggle in vain.
Hold still.
Once the terror takes root, it will only continue to grow.
Behold the techniques of the royal family!
Kill them.
Oh, did I get pulled to hell? That's cringe. Okay, so if the hand grabs you, you get sent to hell. That's good. That's cool. That's fun.
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
Well, at least hammer is enough to deal with the hands.
I will reduce you to ether. Those who do not resist death deserve it. I am prepared for you. Kill them.
Let's go. Get wrecked, sucker.
Is it over?
Now, the memory bank.
It's shielded.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you. It is clear your strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means. But I anticipated as much.
What did you do to it?
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame. You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand? It grows stronger.
Wah.
I feel it again. That same weakness.
It will rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark. You fight a losing battle.
God damn you.
Harnessed in this manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly is? You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade against mortality. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
So long as our memories endure. This is wrong, Calyx. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear. They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind. I know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war. Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
Nahe, don't you recognize me? Nahe!
What's happening? What's wrong with them? What will become of us?
Fellow Alexandrians, please, heed my words.
What now? Another broadcast? I know that voice.
Death can be frightening and terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear. Yet, we live in this world in the here and now, the bearers of memories varied and rich. Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, the world will always brighten come the dawn. And in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward? So do not forget their passing. Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived. For one day, the memories we leave behind will be the warmth another needs when their morning finds them.
What is this reaction? An irregular factor in the equation. Eliminate her.
Yeah, fucker, no you don't.
Memories cannot be duplicated, but they can be transferred.
Leave the primal to us. Hurry and take care of that memory bank.
Oh, fuck, she's bleeding.
I
gave her my word. I promised I would protect her people.
And we will protect them together! The others.
Yeah, get fucked, you little shit. Get rarely fucked, asshole. You deserve this, bitch.
Careful. You're badly hurt. You'd be lucky if you only broke a bone or two. It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tuliyollal and into the care of a chirurgeon.
I kept my promise.
Thank you, Lamity.
She has yet to regain consciousness, but worry not. Lamity will be fine. I've been in touch with Valcona, and he has made arrangements to convey her home, by which he means to come and fetch Lamity himself, apparently. Given the extent of her injuries and exertions, she'll likely spend many days abed. Oh, Wuk-Lamat. You just can't help yourself, can you? Like a certain someone. That said, we couldn't have done it without you. And once you had the barrier down, you saw to it that Calix's stored memories were destroyed along with the memory bank. It's mean preservation is no more, I pray. No longer will Calix dictate the course of our people. No longer will our grief be locked away or forgotten. The freedom to feel joy and sadness, to feel all that we are meant to experience, is in the hands of Alexandrians once more. I can never thank you enough. When we are rested and ready, we shall have to conduct a thorough investigation into how Calix came to know that summoning ritual. For wherever there were primals, the Ascians are never far. And we must consider that those who offered up prayers during the summoning may very well have fallen under the entity's sway. I shall wait here with our patient until Valcona arrives. Feel free to go on ahead and attend to Alexandria's needs in the meantime. Yes, we should get going. I'll contact Shale en route and ask for an update on the situation in the city. Shall we make for the outskirts first, then? We can check on things there before heading into Everkeep. God, they really are getting better at doing cutscenes. Like, those were so insanely fucking cinematic. Like, compared to what we've seen in the past, those were so good. Like past cutscenes, like the previous fully rendered cutscenes were good, but these ones are even better. Hennifer, everyone has been teaching me what it means to be enthralled by a primal. The outskirts seem untouched by trouble, as far as I can tell, but what if something awful has happened? Deep breaths, Sphene. Ernvilhen and Shale have brought me up to speed. First off, just as we'd feared, those who adopted the Neo-Regulators appeared to have been enthralled. So far, however, they've not shown any hostility towards others. I suspect this was due to the calming effect of your broadcast. Government administrators are presently working with the rest of the citizenry to bring the afflicted into the care of the authorities and I'm happy to report that this seems to be proceeding in a largely peaceful manner. Which is all well and good, but the city officials are understandably requesting an explanation of events. Raha, Cryol, would you be able to handle that? Certainly, we shall return to aid with the treatment efforts forthwith. Meanwhile, might I suggest you look in on the people you fought so very hard to save? It may ease your mind to see the fruits of your efforts firsthand. Thank you again. How very fortunate we are to have you as our allies. Mayhap I will take you up on your suggestion. Only, I am concerned that, given who I am, approaching those unaware of my return may only serve to confuse them further. And why not speak with Mahusa? She works the fields at your base Halo not far from here. As one of those who came to see you off before our clash with Calyx, she will surely be glad to know you are safe and sound. What an excellent idea. I think I shall do just that. Thank you, Cryol. Look who it is. Good to see you again, hale and healthy. I am sorry we did not get word to you sooner. How is everyone? Well, nothing terrible befell us as such. The Neo-Regulator crowd did all start acting strange at the same time, though. Pepowane was one of them. I'm told the authorities are tending to him at a medical facility. You needn't worry. With the proper treatment, we'll soon have everyone back to their normal selves. I sure am glad to hear that. I'd like to not lose any more friends if it can be helped. I also hear that the Queen's Fiend who tried enticing us to become endless turned out to be an imposter. What kind of heartless villain preys on people's insecurities like that? Yet despite the danger to yourselves, you and yours made sure to put a stop to it if I understand things correctly. Then we owe you a debt of gratitude. It's up to each of us now to make the most of what you've given us. We're alive because of you, and while we live and breathe, our future is ours to decide. Your broadcast was a message of hope. For me, for everyone. Now, I really should be going. We still have to keep things running without Pepowane and the others, and the outskirts need all the spare hands they can get. Is there anything I might do to help heal the Ensfraal? Quite a lot, in fact. I could very much use the mage of your ability. Actually, this would be a good opportunity to round up other arcane practitioners and teach everyone how to use the Porksies. The knowledge will come in handy for treating 11 sickness as well. Wonderful. I shall petition Gassan to spread the word. Our outskirts tour is cancelled, 'twould seem. Ah, well. By the way, Panifer, Alphinaud told me that Kona arrived to escort Lamati back to Tuliyollal. Alphinaud himself will be returning to Alexandria momentarily, so between the two of us, I think we can sort out the treatment arrangements. given all that, I had a mind to ask you a different favor. Would you mind looking in on Gululja? According to Shale, he's been running around the kingdom determined to personally solve every problem. Last she heard, he was pitching in over at the Drift Downs with Erenville. If you ask Tapu, I believe her name was, she should be able to point you in their general direction. Oh god, if that's how good the cutscenes are getting now, the next expansion is going to be full of nothing but pure cinema. Like, every major cutscene, like all of the pre-rendered cutscenes are just going to be gorgeous. Like, they're going to be insane. And I can't wait. As well, the next patch we're doing on Monday, 7.4, is the first patch setting up the next expansion. So I can't wait to see what hints we're getting for the new expansion. And then 7.5, which comes out on the 28th, will be more of the next expansion setup, and I am excited. We're almost caught up to where the game is at now. We're getting ready to see what comes next, and I can't wait. I know that voice, and happy I am to hear it. We all prayed fervently for your safe return. Looking for Gululja, are you? He was here asking if we needed help with anything or if we had noticed anyone who had been acting strangely. He sounded exhausted, so I told him we were fine for the moment and insisted he take a rest. I can only hope he will heed my advice. I believe he ran up towards the ruins of old Alexandria. He always did seem to like it there. Yeah, wherever we go next expansion, whatever we do, the cutscenes are going to be gorgeous. Like, no matter what the story is, the cutscenes are going to be stunning. And I fully intend to do the new expansion day one. When it comes out, every stream I do will be the new expansion. Until we finish the main story.
Oh, welcome back.
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
You know it.
We heard from Kona. He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
Vow of resolve indeed. Resolve to be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria. And what did I do?
You did your best.
I was useless, even with the king's authority.
No, not talking about yourself like that. You did your best.
If I were strong, more people might still be alive. But I'm weak. So weak.
Those who know weakness first often become the strongest. True. True.
That's right. And you have your whole life ahead of you. We all start somewhere.
Actually, there's something I'd like you to see. My father and Odyssey's swords. I asked Lamachi to bring them here. I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
That's a big commitment.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve, but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love. So I'll train as hard as I can, and then I'll come back here when I'm ready to take up these blades. That's the path I've decided on.
Good for you, Guloolja. I look forward to seeing your progress.
When I'm bigger and stronger, you'll spar with me, won't you?
Oh, gladly. Everyone deserves some friendly competition. Thank you both for listening. I'll take it one step at a time and stick with what I know for now. Like, cooking the meals that Otis taught me and keeping everyone's bellies full. How does that sound? Sounds like a fine idea. Everyone's been working hard. Oh. Everyone's been working hard, so I'm sure a good meal would be much appreciated. Well, I think we passed a milestone here. What about the back room? If you haven't already, I'd expect Shale and the others would appreciate you stopping by to say hello. One more quest after this. Wait, I could use this to teleport. And once I get caught up with the story and do the side content I want to do, I am gonna start leveling alt jobs. Starting with Viper, because I have wanted to pick up Viper for a while. I have heard good things, it looks fun. And that starts at 80, so we will at least have most of our buttons when we pick it up. Hennifer. Oh, thank the stars you're safe. I heard the reports, of course, but there's no substitute for actually seeing it. Welcome back. We have so much to thank you for. Now that everyone's back, I say we pause a moment to savor what we've accomplished. We've been through much in these past days, haven't we? That's an understatement. We've seen the end of a years-long struggle for Oblivion and for myself. Kakiwa and Geode would be happy for us. Oddly enough, fulfilling our purpose has somehow left me with even more work to do. The government has tasked me with conducting a more complete survey of the containment complex. The preservation facility. That lab where they studied the key certainly demands further investigation. I can understand how those experiments may have led to the discovery of reflections, yet they failed to explain Calyx's knowledge of primal summoning. I fear that he and his hunger for interdimensional travel were only one facet of a greater puzzle. There is still someone or something out there that may pose a threat to us. In any case, I think it prudent we secure ourselves a spot in Shale's next expedition to the 10th level. Right. I have a meeting with city officials to attend. 'Twould be cruel to leave Braha to answer their barrage of questions alone. I should return to my work as well. My first job will be to analyze the data we pulled from Containment Complex 10-29 and locate other facilities of interest. I can only hope the information we uncover will serve Alexandria and the future we want to build. Whatever we end up finding, however, it's like to take some weeks to put the city back to rights. All these ambitious plans aside, I think you've earned a rest, don't you? Our break room is yours to bunk in for as long as you like. Say the word and I'll help you settle in. I could use a nap. Ready for a cot and a fluffy pillow? While away the days in the back room, absolutely. Several weeks later... Oh my god, that's...
What an absurdly long report.
That's a massive report. Holy crap, that's massive. I'm glad I'm not working on that.
Well, to be fair, it was a rather absurd series of events.
As things tend to go.
The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
Truly. It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
Right then, one last bit of proofreading. Where was I? Ah, yes. The chaos which had gripped the Kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order once more. The thorough investigation conducted by Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery. Its members uncovered multiple preservation research facilities, allowing for a comprehensive study of regulator design and function. Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth, merely locked away. Permanent gaps in one's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability. When the time came, restoring these buried memories would be a simple matter of transmitting a signal from the Meso Terminal. Acting on this discovery, the Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open to willing participants. This reignited the discussion surrounding mortality, as people continued to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy. Yes, that matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
I'm glad it serves. Shall we make our way over then?
Ahead of the memory restoration, officials requested the assistance of those familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Sveen, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
Before you go, we just wanted to say that we haven't made this decision lightly. No matter how frightening or painful they may be, we need to face our memories. Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here. So no second thoughts. We'll be waiting.
If anything tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely, our Sveen from another time.
Yes! Be safe! I'll see you soon!
So sweet of you, but you needn't worry. I'm in very good company. Thank you all for your well wishes.
Despite the disruption caused by the dome's arrival, the people in the surrounding region have since reclaimed their normal lives. The Taral which Galul Jar Jar united is nothing if not resilient. The winds of change are fickle. A sudden gust often the bearer of challenging trials. But so too do they spur us onward, keeping our feet ever moving along life's path.
You'll soon be on your way to Yaktel, then?
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master. Preparations for the flight are still underway, so I'm doing a little sightseeing. My gratitude to the Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenotaph.
Of course. We'd hardly refuse a direct request from the Vow of Reason. Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
I am still happy to see that he improved. He's no longer a mean dick.
Wooklamart isn't here, of course. She is still convalescing, I take it.
Indeed. She's presently confined to bed and permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful. I can scarcely sleep at night for the worry.
Oh my. Please, forgive me. I hadn't realized her condition was so serious. I pray she makes a full recovery soon.
Greetings! What a rare pleasure this is! Is something wrong? Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to visit the Vow of Resolve. And there's little reason she couldn't have.
Is there something you wish to say?
I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot. And yet, where there's a need... Sorry, I just remembered a pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
The Alexandrians, I understand, have teaching similar to that of the Yokui. Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. My father's last words. I've long considered their meaning. The living can find strength in the memories of those we've lost. They can help us rise to meet our trials in the present. That was certainly true of myself. So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost siblings, we would not be where we are now. Or be who we've become. We all have memories like that, I bet.
Well, we made it. The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
I can only agree, especially after our first visit felt so fraught with danger.
It's the curse of experience, my friends. Before we know it, the extraordinary becomes everyday. Life is an accumulation of such things, both the happy times and the sad.
Right. Let's go over Shale's instructions on performing the memory restoration. The first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time. This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment, without creating any new Endless, of course. Once things are up and running, we use the Meso terminal to transmit the signal and unlock the sealed memories. There are 5 terminals in total. Might you lend us a hand with one, Sphene? Yes, I can do that.
Not to butt in, but would you mind letting me take it?
I thought you were supposed to be in bed.
Lamichi!
Should you be up and about?
I'm fine. My worrywart of a brother exaggerates. Mablu came by to fill me in on your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment longer, so she helped me sneak out of the palace.
I'm so glad to see you're well.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria. I made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment, their hopes live on in me. I feel responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on. So please, let me help with sending the signal.
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
I'll be careful. Thanks.
Very well then. I leave these tasks in your capable hands.
Aw, they're all going to the one where they lost their...
All right, everyone. Begin. Was the sight we saw no more than a trick of the light? Or was it a gift? The Terminal's parting miracle? But those days are gone. We chose to move forward. We hold fast to our memories of sorrow and of grief. That we might live full in the present ere the time of departure comes.
Let's go home. To our beloved Alexandria.
Mother, you protected me. I remember now. In soft golden light, the memories of the lost returned. There to be clutched tight by loved ones, never again to be surrendered.
I am humbled by all you have done in service to our nation. On behalf of its people, I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
We were only too happy to help. There are still problems left to solve, of course, but you've taken an important step forward.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has begun to thaw. Alexandria will thrive again. Mark my words.
What will you do now, Sven?
Ah, yes. Well, that will depend on Gossen. With your permission, I wish to continue living in Alexandria. Those dear to me laid down their lives for this nation in bygone days, and I fought alongside new comrades to defend it. I would continue serving it if you'd let me. So please, accept me as one of your citizens.
That will not do.
I see. I suppose my presence would cause too much confusion.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vouch for her myself.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding. What I meant to say is, it will not do for you to be an ordinary citizen. The people have been most insistent that you take your rightful place as queen.
As queen?
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words, which led us to salvation. We would not ask that you perform the same duties as our previous ruler. The structure of both government and nation is to be re-examined and revised such that the burden doesn't fall upon you alone. If that is acceptable, we implore you, please live among us and lend us your gentle guidance. The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us, and you stand proud among them.
But I... Oh, what of Galuja? You have him, don't you?
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now. What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Galuja's still young though, so don't expect too much of him just yet.
Yes. Yes, you're right. For centuries, my other self bore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians. I will not let them go unanswered.
I will heed the wishes of the people. With peace and prosperity for Alexandria as my foremost purpose, I accept the role of Queen of Reason.
It's not an easy road, but we'll walk it side by side. That way, neither of us gets lost.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Thank you for your kind encouragement, Panifer. Wuk-Lamat is right. Ours will not be an easy road, but with your words to lend me strength, I shall take it one step at a time. And Tuliyollal will be there to support you. Speaking of which, I should be getting back to the palace. I'll make my next visit an official one. No sneaking out under Koana's nose like this time. The vows of resolve and reason will both come, and we can discuss our futures together. I look forward to it. Shall we begin the journey home, then? I expect some confusion among the citizens with restored memories, and I would be present to offer them aid. Well, I believe this marks the end to my role as guide. I was intending to accompany Wuk-Lamat back to Tuliyollal. But what are your plans, Panifer? Didn't you have other matters yet to attend to in Alexandria? No, you need to stop by the palace first. Koana has been wanting to thank you properly, but with everything going on, he hasn't had the chance. Please come back with us, or I'll never hear the end of it. Well, I'm glad this is restored back to being pretty like it was.
Sal? You?
Howdy, Shadow Wolf and Raider. Welcome. Thank you so very much for the raid. I hope you had a fantastic stream. For those who do not know me, I am Penny. I am a cat, a brat, a delinquent, but most importantly, I am everyone's big sister whether they like it or not. I hope you had a fun time playing Card Shop Simulator. I've heard good things. But yes, unfortunately, there's an ad. But yeah, ads are unfortunate. They are a necessary evil, though. One single ad break every hour and there's no pre-roll ads, and pre-roll ads are even more evil. Welcome back from ads, everyone. Day 85 in shop level 57. Heck yeah, that sounds like a fun stream. I definitely need to check that game out at some point because I have heard good things. It does look very fun. I hope you had fun with your card shop simulator. It's good to be home. Thanks for coming along. I just got here too. The Lance Guard said my training would begin right away, so I'll be staying in Tuliyollal a while. We believe in you, cool little jaw, and whenever you need advice, your aunt is always happy to give it. Ooh, heck yeah. You love to see it. Oh dear, our vow of reason is out of sorts. Can you blame me? Lamati, you were supposed to be convalescing in bed. So, you would study the way of the blade, Gululja? Is that not allowed? I will permit your training on one condition. You only practice swordplay in the presence of a grown-up. Yes, Kona, I promise. It won't be long before you're good enough to train without a minder. You take too much after your sire and grandsire for that. Wait, so if you're back here, does that mean everyone already got their memories back? Not everyone. So that was that. My days of meddling in Alexandrian affairs are over. It all turned out for the best. The former queen really did love her people, and it's wonderful that her love lives on in Sphene. It truly is. With that love as the foundation of her rule, the new queen will be a font of hope for Alexandria. There's no better way for a life and legacy to forever endure. You'll be heading back there, won't you? To Alexandria. I won't pretend that I fully understand the workings of the key or the reflections, and I know I couldn't have stopped Calyx without you. Nor fulfilled my promise to the endless Sphene. Thank you, Pannifer, from the bottom of my heart. Be sure to come and visit us again in Tuliyollal. You'll always be welcomed here. It's time I moved on myself. Once I've made the necessary preparations and arrangements, I will embark on an extended journey. Well, I expect my days will be filled with administrative duties, much as they already are. I am hoping to compile a comprehensive history of Tuliyollal, however. The tale of our beautiful and resilient nation should be preserved for the future, with each successive generation adding their own chapter to the saga. I think I've learned to be happy with who I am, Pannifer. Even when I make mistakes and cry and look silly. And it's all because of the amazing things I've seen with you. They remind me there's always tomorrow. Becoming the King of Resolve is not something I need to think about until I'm older, but my father's authority did pass to me, so until that day comes, I'll study and train and do the best I can. You've really come far, cool little jaw, and you'll keep on doing us proud, I'm sure of it. I guess you have to go now, so be safe and enjoy your travels. We'll miss you. Send our best to Sphene and the others. Not a problem. You have a fantastic time with Fallout 4. I am just about done with the stream myself. A much longer stream than I was anticipating, but we made so much progress. And it was so good. So you have a fantastic night. Yeah, 9 hours. Definitely not as long as my Dawn Trail finale stream, but still pretty long. But I did finish 2 major patches, so worth it. Absolutely worth it. This was a great time. Pennifer, you're here. We were just discussing what is to be done after the coronation ceremony. Our heretofore isolated kingdom must join its peers on the world stage. The fact that Alexandria is, or was, a nation of the Ninth will be the cause of some consternation. It may smooth introductions for the Scions to provide an explanation for its arrival in the source. Rest assured, Sphene, Aetheris' leaders are well accustomed to hearing Alphinaud report on fantastical events. Once again, I am in your debt. I dread to imagine what might have come to pass had you never come to our aid. I had other news. Those who participated in the memory restoration have expressed the desire to hold a funerary service. Rather than suppress their grief, they would embrace it, creating in their hearts a place for gentle remembrance. We have yet to hammer out the details, but I was thinking we might host this service on the highest level of Everkeep. Ever since my time, we have believed that the departed continue their journey beyond the clouds. You'll invite our friends from Tuliolal, won't you? Yes, of course. I know of Zoralja only by name, but they will wish to mourn their kin. I shall be sure to ask them. After so long distancing themselves from the realities of death, the Alexandrians are to be commended for their courage. Yes, 'tis a tremendously brave thing they're doing. Perhaps our hearts can never capture a memory as perfectly as data in a file. But what precious recollections we do keep will guide and sustain us as we fulfill the promise of tomorrow. You've busy days ahead of you, Your Majesty. Oblivion stands ready to pitch in as needed. Oh, and what my investigations show, I hope you've left some time in your schedule for me. Do you recall my first tour of the city after I awoke? It was all so strange and frightening, but I've only grown more at home here ever since. That I now feel a part of this new Alexandria is in large part thanks to your patient guidance. And so here I will remain. Should you ever have need of my aid with anything at all, pray do not hesitate to ask. Some few of us will stay here a while as it happens. We've made several interesting breakthroughs and have no shortage of mysteries into which we would delve. Then be welcome as honored guests for as long as you like. You are, and always will be, my cherished comrades.
This is absurd. I have neither heart nor lungs. I was overconfident. Prudent course would have been to wait until I'd calculated an insurmountable advantage. A rash decision. One perhaps influenced by the others and their developments. But no matter. Learn from this setback, and next time... Next time? How much time and effort did I pour into this master plan? I had it. I had it. At long last, I was to open a new path.
Where? Try some more.
Those imbeciles and their damnable heroics.
Where?
Detected the stench of failure already, have you? Such a keen sense of smell. Yes, I will give my report, as is protocol. Be sure our winter peers are apprised of the details.
Yeah, I am extremely curious as to what they could be teasing for next expansion. That comes Monday. It's been about 9 hours, 20 minutes. That's a long enough stream. And again, like I did when I finished Dawn Trail, I don't think I will raid out today. Just because it is so late and I definitely could use a rest. But yeah, it was fun. I am glad I decided to push through 7.3 because that was so freaking good. Which just means Monday we have 7.4 and then we get 7.5 on the 28th. And I'm excited for that. For now, though. I do have a new animation for my ending screen. I have been meaning to update it for a while, and I finally got around to it. I'm hoping FanFest is good too. I mean, it's always good, but I'm hoping it's just as good as it usually is. But anywho, I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your evening and rest of your week. And remember, Big Sis loves you very much. Mwah. Mwah, 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 mwah.
fight to keep my feelings locked tight till you opened the door and you showed me that I'm not alone. I believe in my heart's desire. I believe I can walk through fire. I know how very strong I am when I'm at my weakest. I believe I can overcome all. I believe I can save the world. You saved me, oh so won't you let me save you? When it seems like hope is gone, no way to tell if I'm dreaming, but I can tell that we'll make it through this. I believe fates can burn us. I believe ice can break us. I believe we can be so much more now that we're together. I believe we can overcome all. I believe we can save the world. You saved me, so won't you let me save you? You saved me, oh so won't you